entirely. Now, once the animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately leading to status changes among the animals in the just as I was on the American distribution, associated with this context to this case, even him, but accidentally, and he separately out a couple of the only relationship with the winter now watch this. After he said, whereas Cowboy, Sanhedrin Paskin, which are allowed to be paid back to homeless days, right? And he did. So I said, so now what happened? The husband died, when things are attracted anyway. So I said, that's how long I'm not. We have a people. We all have a people. Ultimately, because those are what is the status change. Basically, we say that I love myself. Since had he sinned after his behavior ruling, he would not be had the personal pardon, right? Because I love myself, he would have been covered under the baton of the governor. Therefore, his covenant is set aside for that use. Or not. I don't know, it sounds like he wants to be working on the when the working on the examples of people who exactly use this case. Night time up, hustling down to cover the covenant doesn't. Rationalizes these actually are the greatest examples of equally. One is one saying this case will be in the previous cases. It wasn't hard by himself that was compromised. I always kind of like the things he was doing because that was how many of these cases. Or the individual is compromised, right? Let's say you're going to have the goals, or you're going to what? Mental capacity. You're going to compromise with the covenant side. This case is even a better illustration of complete, because in this case, the covenant itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration of ultimately, again, of a covenant to be set aside, ultimately against the value. One more, none of us are going to stop. I'm going to shimmy the outside. We're going to be shitting the strength. I mean, Sherman, as I said, I heard from 72, that he said, he reads in 72 outdates. He said 72 something means old man. Rothschild says, I believe in this, the shitting strength second. Why did it say 72 something singular? Where it says, the people that how does she pass out the penny? Because ultimately, again, all 72 get all of the same agreement disguised in the stuff. Knowing that opinion was that all covenants are upright, so the Shmuel, ultimately, again, the covenant is kosher, but doesn't work for the owner, except for Pesach and Shabbos. And this was a university of opinion that was held by all 72 elders to show that there was complete unity in opinion. So they didn't say elders plural, rather they said elders singular. Those sounds stop over for today. What is that? All right, congratulations, Shabbos. So anyway, Shabbos.
You don't stay on the first class line. That fucking Brit. And if you want to fly first class, you flew 12 hours before the flight. Yeah, if it ain't for another 49. Yeah, boom. And then that's going to cost the country. That's going to cost the only problem is that you're like, all right, I'm going to go to fucking Austin from LAX. Right. Now, you got to go to San Francisco. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, let's see, Chicago. I'd love to take to Chicago. You know what? I don't want to get to LAX at night. That's hard. Wow, that's a rough flight. You know what? America don't get anywhere at 5 a.m. if they call it. That's the thing about American Airlines. That's the thing about American Airlines. That's why I fucking fly American. They're 29 out of 10. They got a vampire flight. They're 24 hours. They got 5 a.m. to Chicago, man. You have to get LAX at 4 a.m. What type of people do you're working at 4 a.m. without drugs? You know, it would be more effective, like, if they ran, like, Southwest is almost a 24-hour-a-day airline, and especially with its international flights now, but I'm telling you, man, America is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates for what they could, but they run them all the fucking time, and they lower the rates in that so that more people go to the off times or bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then make consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last. We get good flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money. But it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like that. Especially There's no fucking reason why they, I mean, alright, if you're the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport. Because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, that guy was a dick, and they watch you next plane. You get it. It's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go work at that airport. You're really bad mistake. This is the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation. I know it's a company. And I know, yeah, it doesn't matter. Just because he's, it's the funniest thing ever. They've got ratings for agencies and management and all that shit. CA is obviously the real one. Morris, number 2, and the lady was like 8. And then the agent top was like 200, 300. It's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at, and this was fucked up. Deal you Jeff's husband, they're 4,000. A regular person would not go. I would be all that management company. That's how, that's the rating. The rating that was as far down the list. But they've got 3 months. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. They understand. What are the rankings based on? I guess the client's earnings. And the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and I think worldwide they're number 1, but here in America, CAA is especially in LA. William Morris is badass. He does a fabulous thing. At that level, once they're worthless, or fucking strung out on something. I mean, there's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're storing and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But, man, if you got one client, and you're that guy's advantage, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, I mean, that you only have one client, and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off, just to relax and build up a new act? That's when your rating drops to 5,000 like it sucks. I mean, but Alex TV is even Joe and Kevin Devin no more. He's still doing it. He's still throwing people around in UFCs, right? Right, but that's such a fucking amazing action hero. I understand. He would be so amazing. Joe Rose, with a fucking scar and tats and crazy shit. Driving a hot ride to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass Corvette of his fucked up. Oh, God, why are they running? He can go to work on that. Change a light bulb for the king. Put a show on TV with the one things and probably would do it if I asked him. But it's the last thing in his mind. It's the last, and if you understood his life, he does things easy. We're talking about work ethic, something like that. Guys have no idea what he's become, and that channel is like the voice of that shit. And this didn't come to him because he trained with the right years of fucking he stepped up. And that's what he stepped his whole thing about. He stepped up the law. So his job, right? This is how he looks. And I live in the same way. Right? You got this job. They fly you into Vegas or whatever. And people put somebody to qualify. They pay you a shitload of money. He gets residuals from these shows, guys. And shows. Why would you want to drive Warner Brothers and put up with that? Yeah. Why? You know how hard it is to pick a rock? It's It's fucking hard has to be the wrong answers because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in their blood? How many needles can I stick in my head before I get closer? Because that's how the public gets to see you all the time. He went out to a show a month ago and said he's 20 pounds of fat today. That's all great, man. Okay, but you're gonna stick needles in your blood and that fucking thing. Hey, you got us some sushi spots. We got him all out. We got him. So, you have to train right now, Joe Hardy, as a family. He's not as a man to come down and go, why are we doing this? $60. He's also really things. What do I want? Do I want the Joey to be there? $20 years, I'm 52. I get blown for 30 fucking years. I hate him. I'm surprised I didn't fucking about so much bad pussy. I hate like the black guy. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, I would fold at the mouth. Those bitches are fucking isn't that good. I won't be like that. Tell me that a couple of things in the way. Like to go out with them. I gotta fucking blast. So do I really want to drive the parallel every day? I put up with this phone call and go short of the right now and get creative thoughts for a show for 5 fucking years. And my glory to stick away from my kids. The kids are fun. He's fine. He would see things in great money. He goes on the road. When he wants to. With the USA. So it's all in house. Oh yeah, people make me laugh. I know he's not doing anything. So what's it gonna take? Sure, get Joe Rogan. Come to my club. I want to say, listen, I act to God. He comes here one fucking night. He doesn't want to get out of the midnight. He has to laugh at it. I tell this one something. That's all the people like him. Look at this life. He's not really running all over the place. He cooked one night. God, no matter every night. Yeah, he came over to sell on him. And I looked at him like, oh, how was the last time last week? He goes, it's a fucking great club, man. Yeah, that was 92. No, I mean 2000, 2001. He goes, 2000, don't let promise. It was a lot of work. Yeah. Wednesday through Sunday. And I looked it up. And I didn't think about what he was saying, but I got it. Dude, and that guy had a ton of money, and we had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. But no, he goes, I just want to go to places. That's it. That's it. One show. He put that out there. But he changed comedy with that book. And I saw it happen. I said, he started it. He is the one who started it. You know, everybody before, from Mitch Hedberg, everybody, Wednesday through Sunday, maybe stay until Tuesday, the drugs are good. Every fucking body, everybody, Dougie Stanhope, everybody did it. Fucking Dwayne Cook was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s, the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now, the dumb fucks, they got greedy, like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs in, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dwayne Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fucking Wednesday, eat a dick on Sunday, I'm doing, no, you know what, I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio, and that's it. And I'm back at home in LA, early before the day. We put it together.
81 years old, set it up to the first drive. I don't care how old he is. He's got it. 70,000 ball back to the game. Spencer Anderson, like Al said, you've been here now a lot. Aaron Rodgers right now not getting pressure. Trey Hendrickson with him out. This is a defensive line. It's not a kid.
And they filled up everything they had. They put Hawaiian punch in, and they took beans. Remember, he called and told us that the brothers took beans. Trying to think about it, you can't even put them in the fucking thing. So big with ice. And this stuff had like 151 grams. Oh my god. It tasted terrible. There's a fucking big scoop it out there. It was in a garbage can, and it had chunks of fruit. And I'm back there smoking pot. The next thing you know, I'm getting woken up. This is so fucking God. This is so. He's fucking up. And I'm getting woken up by Ray and Ernesto. Ray and Ernesto was a cop in the neighborhood. They'll come down to play baseball on Sundays. But he always wore colored socks and it drove me crazy. And at the end of the basketball game, that was the argument where you gotta go home with colored socks. I'm gonna put you in my fucking way. You're gonna put you in my fucking 40. I'm fucking 10. But fuck this stuff. But Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray picked me up. He told me what happened. I don't know. I blacked out. I got fucked up. Come on, drive me home. He thought my mom answered. He's just like, what's going on? I go, mom, I got fucked up. I fell asleep. It's the sewers thing. She just go fucking sleep her off. She yelled at me. She was like, this is the first time.
That's when parents were fucking parents and police for goddamn police. And they have to be fucking parents too, man. Right.
I'll never forget how much fucking hungover. This is the first time I remember how much hungover. So I got in like at 5:30. The light was starting to come on. 5:30 in a sophomore. Like, I want to be a sophomore. This is like 2 weeks before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs, no guys. I didn't do drugs. I was smoking vodka. I was high. I wasn't a big drinker. But I drank a little much. I'll never forget that. I drank early. It was a Sunday morning, so I got up like at 5. I passed out. Like 10 o'clock in the morning. I can hear like ice cream. That's what I woke up to. I can hear Cuban music. And this week's I gotta come up the stairs. She go, oh yeah, well, I have to wake up. I made breakfast or lunch. And she had a class in those days towards the end. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken and a cigarette. Like some Bloody Mary with a Heineken. Walk around the house. She was such a sick. Such a sick. She was just fucking great. While she was talking, you have to appreciate this. She was letters over the she was just
I still love that, dude. I did that like twice a week. So she was a basketball good one. Oh, I got friends on. I mean, somebody like I'm fucking got a headache. That's what happened. And she was like, she looked at me for like 5 minutes. She took a lease on selling. She goes, you know what I feel like in the morning? I see you in the morning. And that was like a problem pretty big in my world. Like, I never thought about it. So it's all against the fucking. It's all against the fucking whatever. But she said it very hard in my block. You know what I feel like in the morning, okay? This is how you want to live your life. You just walk out of the room.
So, this is the end of August. September, October, November. When I told them we party, it's a Saturday night, fucking crazy. But let's see if they did yet. 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulled me aside. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? She wants to get together with you. Well, I'm not going to show her. She's broken up with a kid. And he left 1979. I went up to the kid with the man. The kid was telling me that I'm the message. I go, because we heal. I go, you're not with her. You want to be mine. Because you know what I like me. When I know her, I'm still loving her. He just gave us a man. Okay, fuck you. I just, that's how I was some guy. At 15, I already knew that I was a young man. Respectful. And then Halloween, we all dressed up like girls. We took an ass and went to the candy house garage. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her. Some girl came and said, she's not coming. Come in, go get her. And I was like, what? And I mean, the girl was hot. And I'm away to walk. In fact, Kenny out of the way. Because her cousin was listening to the podcast. Robin Thompson. Robin Thompson started walking. And her boyfriend went to her. Who was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. Her boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. He got out of the car and told me we were leaving. And he started yelling at her, but I stuck up for her. You know, he was like, you know, he was smart. You know, it was very nice to me that night. All the shit went there. Like, he got the whole day. I forgot to call her. There was no move around. You got to fucking call her. So Saturday night was this night. It was Halloween party. But it was, in those days, you didn't even hear me. Like, Sunday, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the other boys are checking out Halloween. It was like on Wednesday. So, but the party was Saturday. So it was like Halloween was like Monday. This party was on Saturday. So it was like October 28th. You gotta take a tree like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there. And I started like 3 in the morning. I called and she my mom answered. She goes, what the fuck? And I know it's I'm paying with there's no buses. And I was like, what back? So what was the date on the fucking Saturday night?
This is one where it's a one delay, but
the Saturday before that, the 22nd, she died on the 8th. So she died there Wednesday. After that, after Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on the Sunday night. She died November 8th. So look at me. You follow me? How good you got it. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you going to do? And I go, I don't know. She goes, well, take a taxi home. I go, I'm going to take a taxi home. I got her buddies with me. We're going to walk home together. And I had done the acid stuff. And the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jewels and shit. So something happened. Somebody took a ride downtown. But by this time, we're talking. It's 5 a.m. I'm not going to call her back. She was already sleeping. And I'll never forget that fucking night. My friends took me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs. As I was putting the fucking thing in the door. She opened it. Grabbed it with one fucking hand. Just smacked me across the face. She had sniped me 4 years, 5 years before that. She had, I was a big boy, you know, and that just wasn't her MO, you know what I mean? She was able to fucking kill you 2 years before that. She was like, fire. Out the roads, my mouth and all back, you know. But she was bad, she slapped the door, she was a blazer. She goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married, you're gonna have a fucking life, but fucking all every hour on the hour. That's the thing in this house. You can stay out all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what she do. Drinking with your stupid buddy. She went off. She does. I was standing there and I smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was real hard. Smacked in the face like it was still stinging. And she was like, you know, fucking idiot. You know, what the fuck is wrong with you? Staying out there 7 o'clock. Get upstairs to your room. I don't want to look at you. Now the house is pissed. I'm like, wow. Like, I'm saying, I'm like, fuck out of this. Fuck. No one be a husband. And the other one died. Fuck. I shit that was fucking real and they think it's real.
My father died at 37, and then one who was until the lifetime because he had a hit with a fucking same time. With the sword, he flicked the cigarette. She flicked away from the sleep. She put it over his head.
She got home from the bar.
It was sitting like this. He was sitting on a chair, and somehow he was shooting a cigarette. And he took it and started handing it to him. We're old school humans, right? You don't throw nothing in that house.
Nah, that's real. That's fucking real. I don't give a fuck what it is. Somebody flipped the cigarette. Can I have a cigarette? Like I said, one day, I'm thirsty. One day, can I have a sip of your water? When you fucking do it, it means the same fucking thing. It's true. Fucking real.
My mom told me that he was disrespecting, so she ready for me to go to bed. She didn't do it. So I'm moving on this landscape.
It's just,
I'm walking up this thing. I'm walking up this thing. You know what? I ain't tolerating this shit no more. You know, I'm 50. I need a job. I don't need that shit.
I just wanted to buy Zanos when I was working at Heston. I just went to
So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, look, son. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, get up. And she got up. She goes, I was like, oh, fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry to put my hand on you. It won't be it. But number two, she goes, I just want you to understand something. All I want to understand is for you to grow and be a man. That's it. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to grow and be a man. Okay? Tell somebody and she just walked back. I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know what, whatever, I'm a man. What the fuck is like, I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titties behind the high school. I'm a fucking man. I work last summer. I made $75 a day, you know, in my head. In the morning, whatever, so 10 days later, when I found that man on the floor, the first thought was, like, she's never gonna find that I got let back. The second thought was, this was she was saying, she gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted is for me to be a man, whatever I do in her world with that man. But I just wanted to celebrate that. Like she liked churches.
Yeah.
My mom loved going to fucking break. There was a church down the block in St. Patrick's Cathedral because in the 70s and 60s, every year, a boy 26, my mom would give the guy 100. And we bring him a bottle of shivers, whatever, flowers, and we would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing like that. And she used to say, motherfucker, we just go to churches just to fucking, we gotta go to churches. And she got no anything. She would go to churches. In the 6th and the 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. In that year, something happened to me. That's went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs. Yes, look it up. We say against Cincinnati.
This is how Royals whip that shit out of him. And they did it right there. And the fucking, I mean, fucking, Spike Lee, then he took his hat back on. Okay, Jerry Seinfeld was boohooing back to his $1 billion. Okay, and the little team from nowhere. Fucking no money Royals. I'm so proud of them. God bless you.
It's an American dream. It's an American dream. What comes of that?
The house.
What do you want to say?
Back in 73, New York Yankees and Reds. I'll never 6 to 10. And you won the 60 years of team.
Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bud Harrelson at second base.
When he was sliding in. Oh, yeah.
So what do they go? Did you want the Jewish instruction when they were growing up? Yeah. Saturdays.
It was Wednesday. Wednesdays, Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little nice thing? So she would come up with way down to this thing out my lungs and jump the fences. Then down to the end, saying, your mom's got high. You got tea. By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love to see you live. I get the dude. I'm with you about 2 hours. Blow your fucking mind. Well, listen to you. Who's the left fielder? Who was the fucking Alright. Right there, yeah, glad motherfucker's gone. My mother loved Wayne Garrett. She could tolerate clean. Hey, like when they used to call Leon, he tells what Leon is. Wow, my God, Leon. Wow, I'm not going to tell you. Because he was watching my mom was laughing. She read to him at the whole game. When Rusty stopped, she turned around to me for years. So, she lost like $10,000 one time. She dropped the ball, and that was it. That's it. My mother's world. Because I don't know, he did something stupid. He couldn't throw it to first base. He had to hit the cutoff. I don't know what he did to my mother. My mother just didn't like it. So my mom, when she sat on the right side, not only was she ring the bell for the match, but then she went for the door. She stopped at the same in the row, listen to me. The fucking Mets beat the Reds, right? Sure. Yeah, they went finally. They understand what that was for the fucking Mets to beat the Reds. The Reds were a dynasty. That was the big revolution. You know what? Holy shit, what happened? My mother was like the World Series. My mother, I remember still going to see her. She was I still remember that playing this thing. My mom had that belt. And listen, this is going to get great. Not only this week going on Sundays, going on Thursdays, the World Series was like the game. The series won the full days. I said the World Series wasn't the day they clinched. So this is really on the back of your motherfucking time. See if it was a Sunday. The day they won that game, or they beat the Reds. Game 6 was on Sunday. Was it 6 games? Sunday, October 24th. Motherfucker, you can deal with gentlemen. Listen to me. Listen to me. I still remember what's his name catching the ball. And my mother let me over and going, let's go, we're going back to that fucking school. And on the way here, I'm like playing, showing him, look at that fucking bell. So for the last 3 months, she does the shit on this bell. Put the bell down like Lenny Campbell next to it. And she had to do that. It's the whole thing. She did the blessing. The day the Mets lost, she personally got in the car because she go to the bar. And my stepdad, when my mom's friends were driving, we all wanted dinner as a family. And my mom would run the bar. She was here until 5. No, 3 working at McDonald's Sunday. My mom I'm fucking dead. And my mom's telling me, go put this. I don't want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusty stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I did. My mom used to be superstitious in certain things. Okay, so now the bell is carrying the baseball. Not only that, the bell helped the Mets beat the Cincinnati Reds, which is what Rob did. Now, because they lost in game 6 or game 7, the bell was bad luck. They wanted to fuck out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she personally, how much you think she lost on that day? She knows she bet the shit out of $30,000. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too. My mother had a drinking with no slot machines. And my mom made you look like a fucking. My mom was a baseball. And that ain't a person. It's every day. Take like every day in life. She lost everything. It's not baseball. Everything that I told you about baseball. At that time, they were hot then. Those were so this whole last week was really only I watched the documentary. I watched it. I cheered for people. I had to take something. I was cheering for them up just when I went to Shea Stadium first night. And when I saw them singing and writing me a song, You're a Shadow Man, whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was it. I was disgusted. I had never been that. That's not the New York I left. They were all each other. They were singing a song, You're a Shadow Man. Billy Joel was the top guy. Sometimes it's crazy. That's a reasonable reason for those broke things. Ring bells, hang out, Sundays and shit. They created into something else. That's what pissed me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you sang two lives also when they get beat up in shape. No, that's like that movie last night. Last night, he was fucking Billy Joel. Get him singing. That's the night they won. The night that he fucking sang that song. Now they're losing West Billy fucking Joe when you need him. What the fuck is that cop, son? Fuck yourself, Billy Joe. That's fucking Kansas City, there was always Kansas City playing. Kansas City played, but my man Brad Pitt was trying to sell Money Ball. You know why? Did you watch the series? Fuck yeah. Fuck, I didn't watch it. I was disgusted with it. Are you serious? Because I didn't watch piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What was you watching? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you. You say you don't watch those. I love the World Series. That's a very good experience. What are you doing when you playing such a what's your work? You're playing and shooting. One of those screens has one of them fake shooting games on it. You shoot somebody in fucking Belarus right now. I'm cussing out 30 fucking Russians. I know. You're one of these fucking cousins. Alright? Listen. Yeah. I love that. Small ball. They stole my love with people. They put pressure. You really want to fuck with a motherfucker. Look at the Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine. That's all they do. Their job. That's not classic baseball. Cincinnati Reds bring it for me. You want that whole game. And you don't know, oh my God. Nobody had more than 15 home runs. Eric Forster, small ball. The main job they did was single. Hit a single and stealing singles is something that's forgotten about. Yeah, man. That's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long for so many teams. He played for everybody. Ricky, anybody. Listen. Ricky was football dumb. He was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. Alright? This guy, you've got a picture, and he is out of business at 96 pitches. And Ricky gets on base with a bunt or a fucking single or a walk sometimes. He gets on there, he jumps out, and the guy's fucking over there 3 or 4 times. He's not way out his arm. They're gonna get literally when it's a piece of shit working 8 days and then they fucking get the 3 closers. So what do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out the next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. They played great baseball. Beautiful like college ball.
Cincinnati, right. The leadoff was always Joe Moore. And he always stunk. And once he stunk, once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they go crazy. And they have like 3 people with Steeler. Hero. With Steeler, Hero wasn't a favorite, but it just gorilla. And if you watch it, there was a game where he was a strike since he was like 8 years ago. And they actually showed the fucking picture. Just go on like, I'm not going to deal with this every day. This is not baseball, this is sports. Because it's slow force. Every pitch something happens. There's always something happening. Every time you like that ball go, it's either a single or a punt. Or this motherfucker stealing. That's torture on pitch.
Yeah, you got a job, you lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy. And I used to love baseball. I know everything about the Red Sox. 162 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all those games.
Like, I don't know, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan, you know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand-up there in 90. I loved them. Me and John Westling, we went for a foul ball, and the little kid was going for a foul ball. We were thrown out of our balls. Instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay? And the kids got the ball, and everybody's cheering. We're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay, and John's laughing. He goes, you broke that chair. I go, this motherfucking chair is done. I broke that ass and it's been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up and fell to police. Get Johnny Western on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. I'm broken a lot of shit. Yeah.
The home with Green Bowl, they used to have maybe one big soul around the bar.
Yeah, right.
I think we got here all these videos. And I had more chicks.
Yeah, listen, be sure you know when you're around me. I know you know why you had that goddamn chick.
I broke one. Watch, bro. I was like pushing the jar and you came with this long ago, man.
Well, for back then, this is the worst shit.
The VH1 United Records something happened.
It was awesome.
Oh my god,
it was so fucking funny.
One time to sleep back in the chair, broke it right here.
You broke Kevin's toilet. Remember where you were in there? You just sat down too hard. And he broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep. Water came out and flying Kevin got out of this because you were sleeping in my mouth. And then you're like, fuck him, I'm going in here.
You're a fat fuck. Without even knowing, it's the most embarrassing thing. We go like a fat fuck to you, a ton of shit. Clothes. I have clothes. I remember one time I got somebody's car and I went to get the handles and I went to pull up the handles from
oh man,
talk to your fat motherfucker.
Man, that's amazing.
Shout out to get the fuck out of here. Other than thank you, Mike and Mary Johnson, Bose. Thank you very much for Bose. We put on a little hit for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Chalice and the rest of the motherfuckers. Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Pacino, Jimmy Cal, and Gary Brooks.
You know who I was watching? It's my man D in Colorado. Is a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado would be that motherfucker that weed 15 foot tall. 15 Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's coming from where
Come on Twitter a couple of days ago.
he's just a dude, man.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit home. I gotta take headshots on Wednesday.
There were three fat guys you gotta talk about workout sessions. I know we were talking about breaking shit. That's what I did. Fucking breaking them. I'm the best. Bro, I'm trying to fuck over my back. I can't do it. I go never in my life. He's like, oh, just do it. I'm like,
Just fucking go ahead and do that shit.
oh my god. Okay. I can't believe that shit, but I can't actually be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like, because traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of, I broke my wrist, just said, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga. Okay, so I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga stuff. Okay, I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can. And the fucking yoga mat split in the middle. And my mom hit the fucking floor. And I almost passed the fuck out. My fucking thigh have been killing me for 3 weeks. Dude, I swear to God, I did the full splits. Like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst. Oh my God, dude. I think I ripped my groin muscles. All the shit. I ripped that yoga mat right down the fucking middle. You're the first person that said that too, because it's so embarrassing. But those fuckers will rip if you get fucking 450 split. Oh, Jack, I'm busting my ass. I think it took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't even know what to do. I think the instructor just pushed me back on my back. I didn't see these stuff. Oh my God.
Yo, what up, everybody?
I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went over to the wine. The wine is packed. I used to go to the Fat Man Pool, which is a little Russian pool. Right? It was like 4 feet, but it was 96 degrees, so it's like a therapeutic pool. And I would walk around. There was no baby. I would do laps. It's short laps. Nobody seeing these kids. These lifeguards doing laps. I'm not gonna be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt.
I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me. It's a fucking keep holding it.
I'm gonna fucking without a t-shirt. I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere. And I sit in the sauna and I was losing weight in the sauna. Then I go on the steam mat and I jump in the pool. And I do this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, but I was still smoking blow. So in my mind, if I ate sushi, and I went to the steam room, I would sweat the cocaine. I wasn't a fiend no more. So now it's 2 in the afternoon, man. We'll rush to get to the lot. I'm still rolling my whole around the world. And the fucking steam pool was packed. Kids jumping up. I'm like, I can't do my feet laps. I'm getting dope. The lap pool was wide open. Oh, shit. Fuck this. I should let my little ball. I just looked at my time. I fucking go. Why would I show my key on that fucking book? I would have put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles in. And I'm in deep down that jump. Just the one hit me, bro. They just shocked my body. Just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm putting that back down in my head. I'm remembering my fall. And I'm
was swimming blind. They go, come on. My daughter goes, come on, swim. I'm like, I'm dying. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I put myself like swimming. And I get to the wall and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. I mean, guys, I was fucking out. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to happen. And I'm holding on to this and I can't kick no more. And I'm on oxygen. I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister, are you okay? I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Hell yeah. Like, come on. Pull them out. You know, all these little kids get together, little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out. They can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling on me. And I'm turning purple. I don't know what's going on. I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around. And these little kids can't pull me out. They're like, fucking ring the buzzer. Ring this buzzer. Let's go run. And also this chick gets on the thing and she turns this thing around. And they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they were going to fucking drop our waist into the swimming. And they were going to pull me out like a fucking water. And by this time, this feel like the idea like how bad it's like I got dead by myself. And they're like swimming to the middle. Get to the middle. Get to like that. Drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out. They can move right into the side. Leave. By that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress. Like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got over the other. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed like 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up and I rolled down like more. I just rolled down to the pool. I got up and I got up right in time because I went to the fucking door and 3 ambulance were there. And I'm like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past the door. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out on your business. You're fine.
You know,
As long as you get your car.
I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it could be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. Explain it. That's what it is. That's what I thought you had because I swim all the time, man. You know, we go on to that tennis club. People invite you to come up there like regular white people and let's have a goddamn party. Okay?
You're down 8 days of fucking year.
I'm calling it out. Let's go. Okay?
All right, next summer.
No, man, next summer. Stop. Come on. We're on the holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. I think if you can team to me, alright, trust me, I got problems. Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100. Alright, more than that. But you know what? It's fucking so great. It's so like freeing for both of us, and I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why, you know, this wasn't an acid trip night, you know what I mean? It could have been. But it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. 2 beautiful babies, love your daddy. I've been getting so much bullshit, you know, about me and the wife filing responded and checked me. I had filed on her, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle, and my lawyer texted me, you're going to spend about $150 to write a retainer tomorrow, if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000. Okay, it's retarded, right? And we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she decides. Okay, she can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit. It's I work all the fucking time. Always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. They're just being fucking kids. You know, I couldn't even go holiday trick-or-treating with people all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents, and everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, and doing coke. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. Man, they're coming in.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I understand it. That you're a funny fucking dude. But what's going on in your life right now, Ralph? When you showed me the people in the church come up, I know that you're doing. You want to know what the divorce is? There's two ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews? Or you want to do this with, that's the way that you want to do it over here. You want peace of mind. You want peace of mind. Listen, man, sometimes people try out to them about Reggie Rothschild. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up. And she dated them. What did this happen? How did this happen? They're saying for no doubt. She went to the she dated the judge from the show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband for 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing to it, like, that's doing shit. Yeah. You know, listen, man, people don't like sometimes don't get hyped every day. The prayer stays on that with me. And I keep it to that prayer every day. Because I know how to go. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking hard. It's so hard. There's two ways to do divorce. A, go to war, or B, take a fucking divorce. You're not taking it. Okay, that's all I'm going to take that one. I've taken that my whole life, but ain't no big deal. People can hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass. But you just take the fucking white flag and you get people on your back, turn around, look, you're all asshole. And let me do what the fuck you do, okay? You don't want to dick in the ass hurt you both ways. But I'll tell you what, it hurts more if you clench up.
She didn't do nothing wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got last comic standing, okay, J1, Dickhead called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Lab Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip was still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island who could have done it. Right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a baby, for a big fucking baby, and I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Mom had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there, and that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? She should get more than half. She's gonna be drawing a salary from my place. She's gonna be getting out of more like the regular white people. Alright? Those babies are up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know? It's like,
All right, so looks like good morning. Let's first of all, thank you. few hours sun this morning. That's what that's just like one previous season.
But sometimes you don't run your life on me. And the result is it's happening. It's a situation like the wars and stuff. Who knows?
Nothing's happened yet. What are you doing?
Put the pieces together. Trying to fight pieces. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a job. I lost I know. It's not on the phone.
Last straw.
Give us your home.
Lost his job.
Goes to London and also shoots me. That's how I have a divorce. I forgave my stepmother. Until this day, I don't know. I always say, fuck you. What was coming to you? That was my friend. I looked at a car.
He's dead. Fuck yeah.
So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know, from over the years. And I forgave him. That was it. When he died, I didn't go to funeral. I said, wow. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I gotta tell you something.
I don't have any anger. I have only, I don't care. I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I have to get another place here and I hate it.
Has nothing to do with numbers. Okay? Unless she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm so good. Mile up the road, you come home by the time you want. You know, we just get some space. And I was cool. This is a dream come true. I can work on time. I'm going to be a fighting man. I just got a pressure. I'm about to do the work. There's nothing to go find. I'm going to find John. All of a sudden, you're blessed with one thing. You got to smoke. I don't care. That's the cover for you. So I have but if you're a real I know that the Ukrainians don't know because they're not something else. I hope that because that's what they that's what I want to do. Once a Chinese is illegal and once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, it's they ain't no coming back. And exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes so I always advise people. I disagree. There's no love. There's no love. There's no love. You have one.
No, we all have so much for each other, but it's like, it's real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. He's the head of psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically down, and I sleep 8 hours. I walk, I break. He's done it all. It's fucking amazing. Alright, but before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking complete asshole. Okay, you know what you do after 2 years? My parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually had wish they got divorced earlier. Like they said, like we stay together because the kids. Even back then, I thought I was good. Better to have like just a tough dude.
This is
I felt great.
let's get something out of you. That's probably saying it's a great show. And it shows what comics in the country and what the fuck I'm saying. Ralphie was a comics thing. He was already a brilliant output. Ralphie was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. Celebrating. They probably would now these kids become somebody. Ralphie was already somebody. Ralphie was already somebody. The one thing Ralphie, I just said I was there with him. Go for a show. You know what? He's sticking my hands. It's hard. This is a journey.
Peace in my life. So much less stress, so much anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night. No, that's very. That was 12 bucks. That was a good angle. I broke my fucking ball, boy. I fucking got 12K out of the work. No, it's when I had the bilateral double pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay away for 9 days. Because they said if I couldn't have my lungs in this fan, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broke into it from coughing. That's what caused blood clot to go with it. It was right here. And they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and this thing to go into that and find out. And he goes, you have to be awake with any anesthesia. And it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. You got a 5% chance. If it blows the cocaine, you live, and if not, you bleed out in your brain, then you'll have a stroke. Good luck. Anytime, motherfucker, I was fucked up, Jack. That fucking snaps your fucking head. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay, and I'll be like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, look at cocksuckers. I'm just as fucked up as you are, and let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Boy, you're like, no, you be telling them to go overseas for the fucking military like 19, like a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, chicks, guns, it's like, okay, but I've been there, and then they start getting real, dude. I mean, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
chance I had, that would have the money to do it. What I'm saying that, I can go back to my wire. That apartment right there, I would have a show.
That was in all time. HBO's all time greatest comedy show of all time. And you know what? I'm sitting here across from around listening to the story.
I'm going to go to HBO. I know what I'm talking about. I'm taking a round for that good show. I'm going to say that. Just need to get myself between them.
Yo, political vegan. Can you hear me? Yo, how are you?
Okay, I saw that you were commenting on my Twitter. Did you see all that conversation?
Oh, can I be honest with you? Political vegan, can I be honest with you?
Yeah, sure.
I created a bot that did that. Apologies, but do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Apologies for my bot. It's so that I can meet great people like you. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Political vegan, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I'm living it.
So am I. Excellent. So you're a streamer yourself? Do you stream?
No, I'm not streaming, but The Truman Show, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, my entire life is on camera, very much like that movie. So I think you can empathize to some extent. And if you didn't know, data had overtaken in 2018, according to The Economist magazine, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, political vegan, I want to give you the opportunity to have financial independence if you don't already, generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, political vegan?
Pretty muddy. I'm sorry. I'm sort of being suppressed at the moment. But I have source code if you want to collaborate.
Well,
And like we should discuss politics and religion, because I have a few things that I want to talk to you, especially since you're a Jew. Right? Like you're, you understand how the Muslims, they've got this different version of Genesis, right?
To some extent, yeah.
Well, it turns out that the Quran doesn't even mention the name of the tree that Adam ate from.
Right.
I'm saying that's kind of important.
Okay. That's all right. We all take our essentially creation story differently within major religions. We within Judaism and Christianity have or Islam, but it doesn't mean that we aren't necessarily all derived from the same person, Abraham, with Jews and Christians or our lineage from Jacob, and Muslims from Ismail. And so I take it you're a vegan. I think that's a very admirable type of life to live. What other political points are important to you? Or political topics?
There's lots and lots and lots, but I wanted to get to that religious part, because that's a huge thing that I think that most people don't really understand. And if you don't like fully grasp that, then the narrative is sort of changed. And like it's a, you know, if it maps onto reality, right, then it matters if you understand that part, right? Like the God of Adam, right? The initiation with humanity. If it's a fall from grace, you have to be clear about how it actually is a fall from grace. Because if it's just disobedience, then that's a totally different narrative, right? That's how you say it to yourself, right?
That's how what I say to myself.
The fall, right? Like, how is it that humanity fell from grace? What is that specifically? Because I'm arguing that it's the riddle of walking out of the Garden of Eden covered in fur, right? You know how PETA, the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, they have a joke campaign where they say that they'd rather go naked than wear fur, right?
Right.
That's a joke about original sin, right?
I don't know if that's how they interpret it, but I could see that be interpreted that way. So at least within Judaism, we don't see man as inherently sinful. So there's no original sin. That may differ from what you believe or what some Christians believe, but people are not inherently sinful. Essentially, we feel that each person is born with what we call Yetzer Tov, or the good inclination. Then there's also Yetzer Hara, which is selfish or impulsive inclination. And basically, the morality that we live, or our moral life, is about balancing them. And we at least think that sin is individualized, inherited. Now, I'm not familiar too much with what Muslims believe in the creation story. Would you please enlighten me?
Right. The idea of inherited sin is not like a thing that you inherit in your biology. You inherit it in your culture. The culture has been harnessed. Adam, right? We just are just ruthlessly wicked to animals just because we can. And the idea of it being the original, where it initiates, is that if you're living in a fallen world, a fall from grace, right? You've inherited a wickedness trying to tell you to go vegan, right? It's called knowledge of good and evil for a reason. It's not called like the tree of nihilism or the tree of disobedience or the tree of opposition, whatever. It's supposed to wrestle with God, not just accept God, right?
Well, that's what Israel means, wrestles with God. We, as Jews, don't necessarily that the sin has been inherited, though. It's individualized. But for the idea of more people to adopt it, what do you like lab-grown meat? Are you an advocate of that, or are you against that as well?
Well, purely abstract, right? Just like words on a page, right? It makes sense. But in terms of the human animal, when you talk about it, you then give people like some sort of impression that it makes sense to just wait to go vegan because it's not perfected yet. Whereas you could be vegan right now. That's part of the, and like the idea is that you could have been vegan back in Adam and Eve as well. Right? Like the human animal is capable of being vegan. It's just this culture that you have received from your parents, right? If the culture says it's okay, right? And if it's eternal, if it's truly like this intergalactic view where it's not localized, it doesn't matter what your local culture says, right? Morality is not based off of, what your parents tell you. It's based off of what reality actually is, right?
I understand. We can't change the past, though, necessarily, and we're all born within our own cultures. I feel that we can look toward a future of veganism, perhaps, for the whole world. But we need, like you said, perhaps time for the developments to occur, and that may take some time. You're absolutely right, though. We could all become vegan immediately if we wanted. It's about a personal choice, but also to some extent what opportunities are available for you to eat. But yeah, I would say it's generally a personal choice. Many people also don't know what veganism consists of. They don't know the difference between veganism and vegetarianism. They don't understand the conditions that many of these animals are put under, which is quite unfortunate. And once they do, many people move towards a vegan life, which I think is admirable.
Right, yeah. It's just the idea of the gore video, right, where you undercover videos where they show animals being abused, like that is good in the sense of you'll be able to connect it on an emotional level, like, yeah, this is really truly suffering and cruelty. But in terms of just the properly basic, it really doesn't require that, right? Like it is something that you can just see, like you can feel it, right? Like if you ever wear fur or if you ever look at people wearing fur, right, it's just like blatantly obvious. And the point is that there is almost nobody who then doesn't fight back and says, no, wait a minute, just because they're doing it doesn't make it okay, right?
Well, to you,
that's the fallen world, right? Because their fathers did that, and their fathers' fathers did that, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. To you, it may seem inherently obvious that wearing fur is cruel, but that's not inherently obvious to everyone. And I think it's really about education. But if you take say an indigenous tribe that uses all parts of an animal, fur is very important to them. What are your thoughts on that? Like First Nation people with the bison, wearing bison furs for warmth to protect themselves from the elements.
Yeah, I understand that. What you're trying to tell me is that there's these, you see other people doing it, and then you think that's okay. That's what I'm saying. It's inherited from your father. You saw your father doing it, and you don't think your father's wicked, so it must be okay. But the point is that it has to be trained out of you, right? Like your natural impulse. At least, this is my religion of humanity, right? Like if you look at the human animal in a non-contaminated environment where it's not, nurtured into wickedness, we would just naturally understand this, just looking at fur, right? We were in like a vegantopia, and then like some alien from another world showed up wearing fur, it would be obvious. But I guess this is just assuming all these different variables. I mean, you're saying that people don't look at it that way, right? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Where they have to be trained out of it, or are you gonna push back on that?
I think that it depends what kind of we take. So let's give the environment a scenario. With the First Nations people, someone who will die if they aren't able to insulate themselves, the use of fur seems like a reasonable use of the animal. Would you agree?
Economic value is not moral value. You can say, oh, this is just so much return on investment, but that doesn't make it moral, right? It's clearly immoral.
Morality is subjective. I'm talking about you have a First Nations people, they have no contact with the Western world. They really have no understanding of veganism. They just know that the winter's coming, and in order to insulate themselves and their offspring, the best or one of the best ways to do this is through fire, and then additionally through furs. Can we agree that that is something that is basically has been part of this since the dawn of perhaps humankind? I'm not asking you to make a value judgment on it.
Right. No, but I mean, the point is that it's like a badge of merit that the religion starts with this. Right? This
I'm
is
not.
like the initial commitment.
We're not even talking religion.
Like
we're not even talking.
It's almost as if they're anticipating that the future will be this opposite. They're anticipating that eventually veganism will win, right?
I do think that veganism will win, but let's not even get into the religious aspect of it or the just separate the aspect from it. We have a First Nation people that has to be able to protect them from the elements and wear fur. Is that okay with you that they do that?
If they do it today, then no, right? But if you're saying that, like, if you're in the past and it's just raw nihilism and there's no other option and we're going to die if we don't do this, right, then it's understandable. But something being understandable is not, like, excusable, right? It's not like a moral acceptance, right? It's just understandable why they would do that, right? Like the Romans, you know that story about the origins of the Romans where they were about to go extinct? And they just decided, hey, let's just go to the neighboring tribe and rape all their women, and so we'll have, descendants. And like, yeah, that's understandable, but that's not excusable, right? It's not acceptable.
I understand that. Okay, so we're in that. Perhaps centuries ago, the use of fur was a necessity. Okay, maybe today it's not. Let me ask, what if we have a tribe in the Amazon that uses the fur of animals that they kill, or even just like the feathers of animals for their arrows and such? Are you against that?
As part of the assumption that you're giving is that because it's this thing from like thousands of years ago, it therefore makes it somehow like a different conversation than a moral conversation. If it is literally the sacrificing of animals, as opposed to just like finding feathers on the ground and making some sort of artwork, like that's different, right? Like it's still like nothing about a culture, nothing about it being old makes it so that it's okay, right?
Oh, I thought we had agreed that it was that the fact that if they had no other alternative, then it was okay. But now today, if they have an alternative, it's not okay. Do I not understand that correctly? We're not. I'm not talking the Romans. I'm not talking the Romans because they're quasi-developed civilization. I'm talking about as primitive as we can get in today's day. So in 2025, we have someone in the Amazon rainforest who uses the pelt of an animal that it's killed for protection, for warmth, for whatever it may be. Are we in agreement? What they're doing is not immoral?
No. today, for 2025, where we've got all these UN agencies that'll give you all kinds of clothing deposits and whatever. Like, if they wanted to cotton clothing, right?
Political vegan, can you please repeat that? It sounds like you're on a busy or something. You're cutting out. Can you please repeat that? Because it's an important point you're making, and I want to hear it.
Are you saying that today, 2025, if they, like you're saying, if you're in today's day, you have a moral obligation to find some charitable source instead of like hunting an animal and killing them for a jacket or whatever. If you could find a vegan option, then you should, right?
Okay, so that the assumption that you know that a vegan option is available, you know what veganism is. There are some people that don't really understand it. Okay, so are you familiar with North Sentinel Island? The people who are there who really have limited as much human contact possible. Are you familiar with these people?
No, I also, it works the other way too, right? If there is this like truly isolated group of people, humanity, the rest of the world, does have a responsibility to make sure that these people have basics, right? And so if you're saying that like they don't have any basics and they're just so desperate, like they're like actually like wild animals, where if they don't fight, wild animals like that, right? Like if you're out in the wild and you're a bear, like you're hungry, right? There's no food. You gotta do something. But like, if that's true, then we would have a moral obligation as like the rest of the world to not keep people in such situations, right?
Okay, so to familiarize yourself, or just the general conversation, the people of North Sentinel Island have rejected any kind of developed influence. So if been cases of people who have flown aircraft over the island and they've thrown spears at it, there have been missionaries who have attempted to proselytize or missionize, and they've killed those people. So the UN has essentially quarantined, I think it's at least 2 miles off the coast, that basically no developed people are allowed to penetrate that border. So if I understand you correctly, I just want to make sure I do, you think that we should send people there, even though that could contaminate them or could cause issues, but to teach them about veganism, is that correct?
Well, not just veganism. That sounds like child abuse, right? The only way that you in that ideology where you are like as hostile, warlike with everybody and everybody who's not like you, because the parents are like brainwashing their children. So like if that's really truly what you just said is true, we should give these people great food. We should give these people great clothing, right? Like we need to have a way where they're not just it's hardcore, dude. Are you for real?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just to give you a breakdown on it, here we go. Just one moment. Please give me a summary of the people of North Sentinel Island. Here we go. So the Sentinelese are an indigenous people who live on North Sentinel Island, part of the Andaman Islands in the Bay of Bengal under Indian jurisdiction. They are considered one of the last uncontacted peoples on Earth. They're estimated at 50 to 200 people, though the exact numbers are unknown. The Indian government and anthropologists avoid contact to protect them from disease and respect their isolation. Language and culture. Their language is entirely unknown and unrelated to any of the Andamanese languages. They are hunter-gatherers, so they're basically animals, obviously, living off fish, coconuts, wild fruit, and small game. They use bows and arrows, spears, and simple tools made of wood, bone, and metal, sometimes scavenged from shipwrecks. Lifestyle. Small huts or leaf shelters and groups likely based on family bands. There's no evidence of agriculture or fire making for cooking. They use fire but don't appear to produce it themselves. Contact history. They have rejected contact outsiders for centuries, often reaching aggressively to the approach. British and Indian expeditions in the 19th and 20th centuries attempted brief contacts A few short occurred, but ended quickly. After the 2004 tsunami, they were observed alive, shooting arrows at the rescue helicopter. In 2018, an American missionary named John Allen Chow was killed after illegally trying to contact them. Legal protection. Now, this goes to the point like, should they have legal protection? North Sentinel Island is under strict protection by Indian law. It's illegal to approach within 5 nautical miles, about 9 kilometers. This is both to protect the Sentinelese from disease and to protect outsiders from harm. They have to be descendants of early humans who left Africa roughly 60,000 years ago. Their isolation likely means they retain one of the world's oldest continuous cultures. So, if I understand, political vegan in this situation, you would the legal protections for them, and it's okay if that's what you want to do, and introduce veganism to them and smartphones and all the other things.
Okay, so if this is one of like a litmus test, right? If these people are actually good faith, they will want to create their own AI bots so that humanity can understand their culture, right? If you just want to keep it for yourself and just fuck everybody else, then you're bad faith, right? You need to try to help others. And so if they're not willing faith, then we need to rescue the children. That's pretty, so like there's no way that we have to interact. There's no way.
Okay. I understand keeping child abuse. I get that. There are other people, perhaps anthropologists, who think that they're a primitive tribe that should remain uncontacted for as long as possible. I get that. Okay, so you answered my question. Basically, as I understand that you think, and this is cool. I mean, this is what the idea is that we should have veganist education systems or education missionaries. I don't know how else to describe it, but people who would go to uncontacted people or even contacted people who just don't know about veganism and teach them what they're doing is wrong and hurting animals and giving them alternatives. Do I understand? Like that's something that you would endorse?
Yes and no. It does sound great. It's a motive where you got missionaries out, but really want, like, and this is sort of a joke, but like just think about it, right? Like imagine there's like a pacifist Terminator where it's got the AI and it's there to say, hey, here to learn about your culture, right? And if you're like going to be bad faith, right, and just like never try to teach the Terminator then that will be your adjudication. The rest of the humanity will know, and we'll try to save the children, right? But if they are actually good faith, if that will actually, because this is what I want. I want AI, vegan AI for everybody. That is true.
Okay.
Right? Including the indigenous, right? I understand that you're saying that like this is sort of absurd, and I get that, right? But it
no, I don't. Wait. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. I don't think it's absurd. I'm listening to what you're saying. It sounds like it could be reasonable. So if I understand under your if we were give you the opportunity, political vegan, you would train robots with Google Gemini and ChatGPT and Claude and all that other stuff, go around and be ambassadors of veganism. And I understand that there are other elements of this too, and learning about their culture, and I get that. Let's not get to that. Just staying on veganism. So bots would go around and teach people about veganism, right?
Yeah, I mean, like sort of, like this, right? Like if you're saying that, like I get to wave a wand and then I have my utopia, it would actually just be robot army, and I would just save the animals directly. I wouldn't give them a choice. If it really is my utopia, but like if you're saying that I have to work with brains, right? Like then yeah, like of course that'd be great, right? So, vegan AI activists that just have infinite energy to go through all the shit that everybody's got, right? Like that'd be great. Now, the problem is that like the AI right now is like sort of trained in like a villain is opposite world, where like they're genuinely. Like, have you ever actually? Maybe you haven't, right? Because you haven't brought it up yet. Right? So, like, yeah, I don't know if this is just me in food in particular, but my view of the world is that we are living in a Truman Show, and the main character, right? His best friend was Marlin.
Right.
And Marlin was a human vending machine. He would just go in and restock the machines.
Right.
So it's referring to my primary conversation, right? The conversation of like Walmart should be a vending machine, right? If you had like a real capitalist society where real business owners trying to maximize profit for me and mine, not for you, right? It's just about profit, return. It would have been a vending machine. Long time ago.
Okay. Do you mind if I...
Walmart is essentially an extension of the government, right? It's just a jobs program to socialize people and to, give, demand, right? Because, they don't have...
Do you mind if I...
There and say, well...
Do you mind if I...
Are you tracking?
Do you mind if I seek some clarification on what you stated?
Yeah.
Okay, so for Walmart to be basically a glorified vending machine, this would be where no one works. Basically, robots are able to organize everything and manage all the shipments and such. And then if you need something, go to the maybe order it on an app, and then it would get delivered to you, or you could pick it up at the front of the store, something like that.
Like the idea is that it gets your needs easier as you go further in time. If you were to do this like 100 years ago, right, it would look a particular way. If you do it today, the point is that when they made the Truman Show movie, they didn't have AI and robots yet, right? So it could have been just a normal vending machine. Mechanical engineering without even electric, that's more than enough, right? Like you could easily do it. It's just, right? They chose to maintain an arbitrary contrivance so that people could be socialized in a command, centrally planned society, right? Like this is but the point is that AI just do this endless bullshit where like every excuse and just worst case scenario and every it's just no way to win.
Okay, there's no way to win. What's the win? What's the end goal?
Well, I mean, the basic win for my debate with AI, with Grok, right? I was on Twitter, right? And I love that Grok is integrated with Twitter so that it's like the only social media that is de facto, we can use it as a group. It's not like a private thing anymore. I love that, right? But the point is that it's not admitting that I'm right. It just wants to forever do this, excuses for bullshit thing, right? And that's, I'm not talking about automating the economy right now, right? We just admit that this is true, right? I do want to automate the economy, right? But it's just I understand that whenever we decide to do that, that's like a 10-year, 20-year plan, right? But it doesn't happen naturally, right? You have to actually plan it. Because they did a plan for it to not happen that way. So you have to undo the plan. You have to plan to unplan.
Okay. All right. Political vegan, if you don't mind, we're going to have to put a bookmark in this discussion. I'd love to continue it at another time whenever you have more time. I have a friend here, Miss Aquarius, and she and I have... Hello. We have a nightly tradition of we interact, play some games with each other. So with that, political vegan, I'd love to have this conversation with you more further. It's been really a pleasure to be able to make your acquaintance. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, let me know, okay?
Yeah, no worries. We'll talk again.
Sounds great. Take care. Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Guess where that person was from?
Here, Georgia.
No. I should have been more specific. They came from Twitter, and that's a wonderful thing. They came in here and were like, "Hey, I noticed that you reposted my this one conversation," and I was like, "Do you mind if I tell you?" And they're like, "What are your thoughts?" or something like that, and I'm like, "I'd be completely honest with you," and they're like, "Go ahead," and I'm like, "That was a bot that did that," but I'm happy that you're here and we have the opportunity to talk, and so that was really great. But that tells me my bots are working, and that makes my day. How was your day?
It was good. It was good. Now I'm here. I'm sleepy. I've been sleepy all day. I'm ready to go to bed after we play this game. There we go. Yay!
Yes, ma'am.
How was your day?
Lovely.
Excellent day, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that my bots are working and getting people in here, that's what I want them to do. That's what I create them for, which I create, the reason for which I create them. And that's phenomenal. So that's good. I had some other friends in here earlier, and I think they want to introduce me to their families, so that's gonna be cool. And I get it. Oh man. Nice spare, Mr. First. Um, I've been working on not just my normal robots, but other robots, doing my best to ensure that my knee stays healing, and it has, fortunately.
Yeah, how is it?
It has been really good this week, and I think it's fully, I don't want to say fully, but I'm kind of at that point like you were, where 97, 98% maybe doing well, and that's wonderful. And I'm watching Thursday night football, which is always interesting, and talked with, get it, Brandon a little earlier today, so that's been nice. But really, I hate to say it, but the biggest, happiest thing to happen to me is somebody saw my bot on Twitter and came in here. That just makes my day.
That's good.
That to me is better than money. It's better than fame. It's exactly what I want to happen, because I know that it's just gonna get the right person one day. They're gonna see what I do. They're gonna think it's cool. Thank you, man. And we're gonna go viral, and we're gonna make a lot of positive changes for the world. Wow, look at you, Miss Aquarius, just matching me. Get it.
Get it.
All right.
Get it.
Get it. All right, Miss Aquarius. It all comes down to this. Get it, girl. Oh. All right.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, that was big. There we go. There we go. That was a fortunate comeback, Mr. Cruz. I'm at. Absolutely. I'm at a. No, you don't. Because you're undefeated. I'm at a major. I'm at a. Absolutely, ma'am. I'm at a major advantage against you. You're at a major. You're at a major disadvantage because you always go first. So you don't know how many pins you need to get.
No.
Hit it. Oh, you kissed it. You kissed it. Oh, that was not good. That was not good at all.
No, you got it.
No
Hey,
doubt.
you got it. Let's go. Yay! Great atmosphere.
Thank you, ma'am.
They moved the thing. Oh, that was good there.
Oh, that was really good, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Come on, strike it.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Yeah, good there. That was a curveball. Nope. No, just slow when I'm doing it. Okay, come on, Rabbi. You got it. Right.
Give it to me. Are you serious? I pushed it. I pushed it. All right, you got this, girl. Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Ah, come on, Rabbi.
Match her.
Right.
And I did.
Yeah. Girl, you did that.
Get it, girl. Oh, look at you knock that one over at the end. All right, now get these two on the left.
Proud of you.
Well, I haven't won yet. Here you go. Get those two on the left.
Nope.
Mm.
Never did it.
But you've got the lead. You've got the lead.
You got it, Rabbi. Let's go. Strike it. Yeah, you got it. There you go.
Boom.
See, I'm not a pro like you, Rabbi.
Pro either, as you can see in that last throw. I win. You win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated.
You did it. Good job.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Good job. Thank you, ma'am. Sleep. Like, wonderful. Alrighty, ma'am. God willing.
See you in the morning.
Dreams.
And you're not being here all day.
That's wonderful. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, got to get my levels up. Gotta get here. This is my house too. So like with Brandon.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
Have you talked to Abby?
No, I haven't. I don't know what's going on with her.
Been thinking about it.
All right, if I see her, I will.
Alrighty. All right. Good night.
Sweet dreams.
God
God
willing.
willing.
See you tomorrow.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm proud of you, Rabbi. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss Aquarius. Now that makes my night. You're wonderful.
I'm proud of you. You did it. And keep on growing, okay?
That's right,
We
Miss
need
Aquarius.
more people in here.
Well, we're doing what we can. We just got over 2,200.
Yay!
That's big time.
That is good, yeah. And two, just like Brandon.
That's right.
Alrighty.
Mi casa.
God
Mi
willing.
casa casa. Mi casa es su casa.
And when I go ahead and I offer up the contest, I have it right. There is the contest with the seat of the seat right. Once I still can't remember, still a contest, but a contest for different things. So once I once that one, so either contest for that's why my brother is in the war in track, and my brother is in the road violations, it's still going to die in contest. However, the shape of contest doesn't, the shape of contest is sort of pseudo. It was something like that. What we said before. But if I have my chef in contest, and a chef in contest,
It's the time of the season. Bing, bing, bing. When love comes strong.
because there was an older radio Camaros had the status of an older, not the status of a contest. But it was just a few more like those stuff. Why do I contest here? Some person contest because there are some knowledge. What happens? I have a contest. So what happened? I said, I went ahead, so I'm seeing a contest. The sake of favor. I went ahead and cleared out the contest. The chef had in mind the contest, the shoe had the sake of one, and to the base sacrificial speaking of the goods, but the other one that's sacrificial items in a state of control of purity as well. So what's this? What's that? So what's this status now? What's I watch this? So what's it? So now, this is the case of where I'm going ahead and so I'll bring up a couple of titles, but for a different fraction. So remember again, I need Taylor. Now I'm going ahead and open up the cover. The shifts because one style up. Yeah, I'm not Paris also. And it's still a bit of Paris. So it's the same, right? So again,
oh my god. Every time I get she's all cooked out. Let's go. And this Disney bitch like breaks down into like, yeah, you have no idea. Shut up, bitch. They're gonna take me to 10. That's awesome. She is so cool. She's making a fucking. She looks like she's like 26.
She danced to the fucking lesbian bar when she gets marrying gay guys by mistake.
Dude, how you living, pimp? What up, big dog?
I got stopped by because I was a complete idiot. I got stopped by anti-abortion for me.
Okay, what happened?
They started filming and I was just like, I don't consent to using my footage because I look like a fucking idiot.
Okay, what happened? Where were you? What happened?
I was walking down Rundle Mall, down the street, and they approached me. Look, I don't think those people are truly pro-life. I just think those people just can't get a regular job, so they go around harassing people in the street, pushing their agenda, and they don't really believe in the agenda they're pushing. So...
Okay, so you were walking at the mall, filming you.
Do you know why I say that? You know why I say that? My opinions are... I did tell them my opinions off camera, and then they're like, I got a job to do. Really? I don't agree. I don't really agree with that. That's too far into the...
Okay,
that can come with health risks, but there's also
they came up to you with a bunch of cameras. And did you say anything stupid?
what?
Did you say anything stupid? Australia. What's the deal? What?
Consent.
Okay, because like in the United States, they can't.
they can.
Oh yeah, definitely. Was this on public property?
Yep.
Okay.
You know what I should have abortion. It's none of anyone's business.
Okay.
But I do think those people are only there because they can't get jobs and they're just annoying people on the street. They know how to do anything else.
That's what you feel?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, I mean, you didn't curse at them or anything, did you?
No.
All right. Well, then you should be fine.
I just wanted to test them and see how knowledgeable they were on subjects as well off camera. But they didn't want me to talk to camera because they're like, just like, well, you don't really care about what the agendas you're putting. It's for a job.
Okay.
That's how I feel. Like, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
You're not being paid to be anti-war, are you?
No.
Would you ever take a payment to be anti-war?
No, I like to have my beliefs not tied to any kind of financial incentive.
I mean, that's better than being paid to be pro-war.
Yeah, I mean, that happens.
I can say most politicians are directly or indirectly pro-war for profit. Unfortunately.
That
George W. Bush.
That's true. All right.
Obama maybe indirectly was.
All right, Zoo. What did your doctor say? What did your doctor say?
Doctor.
Zoo, you're just bullshit. You're just bullshit.
I'm giving blood right now.
Okay, that doesn't matter. You said you called your doctor and they were going to call you back, which I don't think you're lying to me.
Pro-life movement. It's giving blood a pro-life movement.
Zoo, you're just.
My doctor gave me a referral to a Tourette's specialist about 2 weeks ago, and neither of them are.
Zoo, you're lying, man. You want me to call them for you? And call them. Don't tell me they don't answer. You said that a month ago. I'm not going through this, Zoot. I told you. You have that at the end of this week to make an appointment. Zoot, you have the Zoot, you have until the end of this week to make an appointment.
I don't need to.
Zoot, then we're not going to be able to be friends because I can't have you abusing the other people in here. Miss Aquarius, I can't have you telling her to shut up. I can't have you telling me that you're going to kill me. I don't like those things.
Okay, so they.
Zoot, you're lying, and I just don't bullshit me, man.
I'm partially diagnosed with it.
Zoot, you're lying, dude.
Says, I,
Zoot, you're lying, and I don't want to. I'm not putting up with your bullshit.
what difference a diagnosis going to make? Like, is it just going to like confirm that I have it?
Well, then you can get therapy for it. Okay?
I already can get therapy for it.
Then go get therapy for it.
Actually need the Tourette's diagnosis to get therapy.
Zoot, I'm just going to be straight up with you. I told you have till the end of this week to make an appointment. You have not done that, okay? You have until just call them after your blood work is done, or I'm going to kick you out of the server.
Already?
I don't want to do that. I love you as my friend, but in my opinion, I'm enabling you if you're not taking care of this issue. I love having you here. I love your friendship. I love talking with you, but I can't have you threatening other. I can't have you threatening me. I can't have you telling being rude to other people in the server. They don't want that. They don't like that.
Maybe they're right.
Zoot, you need to make an appointment to get your Tourette syndrome addressed. It's as simple as that. I told you I would give you Zoot, not what if. Zoot, not what if. Not what if. You need if it's Friday there, that's your last day. I told you I would give you to the
What? Go to ChatGPT and ask them what helps with Tourette's.
Zoot, you're straight up lying. You told me that you called and that you've got an appointment. They're going to call you Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I don't deal with that. Okay, I understand that you don't respect my friendship enough, and that's fine.
Right, hang on. Okay, I'll be back.
Call them.
Still on the Netflix tour.
Yes, unruly. We've got the West Coast this month. By the next 2 weeks, you know, the Lord's Day is Thanksgiving. You got to give back. I'm hitting Eugene, Fresno. Holy shit! Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great. Seattle. Oh, he is fucking in sumo land. Jesus Christ! Look at you. I'm telling you, Louisiana, get that mustache. Get that mustache.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strongman.
You should have seen your face come
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out, blow me out,
see
man.
That's the fucking town.
That's a lot of great things,
Oh
my
shit,
man.
I gotta carry out the bus.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I had to go through Utah. Those cocksuckers. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm this fat and can talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I'm done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I wanted to ride my own Quaaludes. And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes? Well, give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops. Don't fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official was? The one I gave him? Because I was fucking, you know what I was fucking? Cold medicine. I had a sign because I just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to we were in the Bahamas and I was on that fucking pool. That boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver. So I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. Alright, and I had all this shit in my head, and oh, it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuffs, okay? Like fucking just like the Theraflu day, okay? Like every music next day, every day shit they had. And I dried up a little bit, I wouldn't have boogers coming out of my head. Alright, okay? Alright, so but I started shaking, dude. I started shaking because I'm all fucked up on all the cold medicine. So, okay, go, I'm not gonna put you. I got the NyQuil. I'm trying to smooth this ride out, you know? I was trying to fucking melt this drain. And then I just take a big water a fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost. Okay, you know what my wife goes? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, so I just drank it up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Fuck it.
Tell me what you broke.
Hey, that's your fault. That's good ass fucking drug. Alright? Okay. That was you and Greg on that. Okay. You're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you suck a dick. And by the way, we went to the jacket in the box. Rabbi behind his house because we were smelling all that fucking hell bullshit. Fuck you.
No, I don't know that. Oh, I couldn't stop laughing.
I fucked that bitch out. Okay, alright. Okay, I don't like Denver. This is his motherfucker. Alright, nobody want to see let me finish this, you cocksucker. Alright, you don't believe me. My wife goes, that's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, I may be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. You leave the same cap, that's disgusting. Alright, and so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Because they were just making lies up about me. That's the thing I said before I head on stage. I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby. So I remember. And that's just like go fuck.
Get a bottle of like, give me a start that smoke a joint, it's all over. It's all
and in '92, I played the hip hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's on McDonald's, all black comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay? No. Codeine syrup. Codeine. And we listen to fucking slow rap we do, alright, but we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out, so they just drink that syrup, alright, and we was fucked up. Every time I get bronchitis, dude, they poured a lot, okay, and the shit. And was putting that, what's that, the raspberry, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord, like grape soda with some Chambord, and schools were doing that. All of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't even know what okay, because it didn't taste like Kool-Aid. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the great set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it. Funny to look at a midget when you're coding and smoking weed. And like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it looks so much more. It's crazy. Like what? It's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart. Got a standing up, all right. But a guy came on stage who hated my fucking guts. That he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he had tried to do everything. And I blew the guy out of the fucking wall. Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was fucking unanimous. And he's talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy. And then out of nowhere, you see this nigga, 1911, 45 caliber, come up and go, and Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boys back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he was about to shoot that man, okay, because that's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? When at all? I'm like, man, I love those midgets. They've always got your back up to here. Alright? And I got the fuck out. So scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. Shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it. Because he was all fucked up and over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, weeble wobbles, and then they go, okay? Big ass, okay? You never hung out with no midgets like that? Dude, not me. I like them. Shit happened. Word to that. Great church, by the way. Thank you for having me come.
man just get up on call. I want to drink with black people and drink. I saw it on drugs.
What is it?
That shit they drink.
What is it?
Like a liquid codeine, they mix it with
the syrup. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing. It's just codeine with a drink. No, what you do is cough syrup. It's syrup. And from prescription.
On that stuff.
Well, you
I
don't
drank
drink
nightfall as a kid, as a fall asleep.
Oh,
So I like the feeling in the morning.
I've never took codeine, but it's great. Just to have a, it's like a joint. It's like a joint.
Pills get my
Dude, I get so fucking. I can't eat that shit.
my stomach.
My fucking little poop. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit.
I think some of that cough medicine and shit one night.
Dude, you don't want to.
Records.
Oh man, that's what we used to do.
Motherfucker one time. Bring it back. Bring the holes in this motherfucker one time.
Hey, Lee, put this song on. Okay, this is a song.
Hold on, we gotta get the fuck
Okay,
out of here.
alright.
We get the fuck out of here.
Word to that.
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've used about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time wine from Albertsons across the county park, and I drank with didn't get that real headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's a shopping part that causes a real headache. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster. And sometimes you go down there and wine's expensive. Next thing you know, you're dropping 60 and you got no guarantee of what you're going to buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to pick out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially when people don't know. Your own personal experience learning about wine and why you're about to learn about wine, that type of stuff. This is what we're going to do. I joined a new wine club. It's called Club W. It's the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. The algorithm, whatever you say, algorithm creates a palette profile just for your carders right now. It's pretty cool, man. If you've ever seen anything like this, Club W is leading the glass, the grape. What means is they work directly for the vineyards and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some do-re meat. So with Club W wine customized to your taste at a third of what you pay for and how you're paying for.
You're not buying like a club where they send these ones. These are their wines. Like you're not gonna see these wines.
Going to their webpage. When you go to clubw.com, you go on their page and all these videos, informative videos, and they tell you what wines it has. And next thing you know, you're involved. Which when you don't listen, man, I grew up in a bar. I don't know. So when I went to Club W, I was blown away by how much interaction. Put it down to the exact thing. I mean, the nut, the grape, or can. What they do is they save you money. It comes down to maybe 13 for wine or something. And there's even a no risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they say right now. What they're doing is wipe those fucking seats down. So do me a favor. It's just bad. When you fly, there's a lot of human contact. Yourself a favor. Go to on.com. Get the shroom. Your immune system. You have a lot of human contact. Smoking dope with different people. You hit a vapor pen. You know, this time of the year, you lose fucking thousands of dollars. Especially, I can't afford to fucking get sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I up my vitamin C when I fly. And I also take Shroom Tech Immune, but that's not only that Shroom Tech Sport gives you more endurance when you roll, lift weights, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. Even when you fly, it opens you up. They have strong bone, they have the hemp pro tougher brain. They have with 100% money back guarantee. The nootropic, it's off the fucking chart. So do yourself a favor. Go to outlet.com right now and press in. Church. Get 10% off your first order. And if you get this to your fucking door, you don't have to leave the house, you have to go to Whole Foods, you have to do nothing. We press in link, church. Beautiful. Number 2, Diddy6.com. What did Dad say? He loves them. He says, we say it's 5 for 50, half off. They're usually 20. No, because it's usually like 20 bucks. They're 20 a piece. You get right now, Diddy6, tremendous 1,200 guaranteed. Right here, I'm smoking a reefer right here, my little fucking cigar here, I'm living like no. You broke my heart. Diddy6.com right now. They got the tobacco, they got the cigar, alright? And the tobacco cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 8, and 0 milligrams of nicotine. My dad likes the flavor, I'm telling you. And the flavors, you can switch it up. Go to Diddy6.com and press in. Joey's 50% off. Nailed it life.com. The Vapor Kings. You want a vapor pen? You like smoking? You like doing this? You want to see the devil? Go to naileditlife.com right now. What do they run on me? Tell them. When you use Cobra Joey Diaz, you're going to get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market for all the oil and wax smokers out there. And if you live in California, they are also the makers of Los Dumichamanos. There you go. So listen to yourself a favor. Please support Nailed It Life. Please support, and please go to Club W. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine delivery. Money. That's perfect for you. I'm here to save you guys. I'm not fucking sell you no jumping on like that. Don't forget my main man is where don't get it. I'm at the Friday night. Go to RalphieMay.com. Yes, for tickets. Go to RalphieMay.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking neighborhood. I'll be there. So trust me. I don't want to miss this fucking. I go everywhere. Monday through Sunday. And I'm in New Jersey next week at the Stress Factory. All right, guys? Hey, I love that club, man. Maybe those boys from Raptors come out, man. I like those guys. Thank you for coming on. We got fucked up, man. You know what? That ass fucked me up. Coco, you know, there's cameras and microphones here, but at the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 14, 40. Me and you, my little glass window, you know. Crack a fucking joke. Crack a fucking joke. Only Lee's here. Only, yeah. How you feeling, my brother? Thanks we've ever had. Right up the church, what's happening now? Made me a deacon. Okay? You've been there. You've been right there with us, Lee. 13 years ago. I'm proud to have you, sir. Thank you, Ralph, for coming on. I love you. Friday, love you, cocksuckers. I love you. Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it if you stuck around. And I know I get long-winded and I'm annoying when I laugh, so I apologize if I do. But I love it, man. It makes me cry laughing, so I'm sorry. Bye. So people love you on the hook. This show was brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com, Joey, to get 50% off of your first order. That's right, go to club.com to get 50% off. When you're like, close the guy. The Church of What's Happening Now would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time every time automatically. Go to PetNet's. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder, PetNet.com/Joey. That's PetNet/Joey, PetNet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strong Bone, New Mood, Shroom Tech Moon, and Shroom Tech Sport.
Oh shit. The Church of What's Happening Now, bitches. Kick that mule. Monday, October 17th. The day the devil was buried at sea. Lee Syed. Ralphie May. Uncle Joey. A little Michael Shankman. Oh shit. Break out those fucking hookers. Uncle Joey's in your living room tonight. What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksuckers. Ralphie May here.
Hey everybody, how are you?
Syed here, you know, same old fucked up crew. It's a Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago. Take my special on their beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved, and that I finally got Leo that turned them on to a hot beef fucking combo with the fucking green peppers and the onions. Just forget about it.
That's what fucked me up. It's not like the hot beef with sausage
Beef combo. That's it.
God, they're crazy. Which one do you go to?
Big
Strong.
There was close to. There was a World Series. You know,
Yeah, you don't want to go up there.
We didn't want to go all the way down. It's not like fucking around. We waited for that to do shit in the afternoon both days. So we like Lee and myself. And I gotta tell you, we didn't keep working. No, we didn't. It was just great. It was a great wine. I picked that city. Especially.
That's amazing. It's such a great town.
It really is.
They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you.
I lost my phone in the hotel, and they turned it in the front desk.
Yeah, that's Chicago, man.
Where'd you lose it? The restaurant?
I don't know. We were at the restaurant.
You got up. When you saw me, you got up your phone.
Yeah, I must
have put it next to you. You got up when you saw me. And you left it there. Somebody I felt terrible because I dropped the album. When I got there, somebody gave me a great fucking album. Oh, long live rock and roll. I went to eat sandwiches. I left it downstairs. That night, they called me in my room.
Yeah.
We have your album downstairs. That's amazing. I'll get it.
Oh, fuck it.
Radio City, Chicago. You know, and listen. Chicago is once you get to the suburbs, it's the little last American frontier suburb.
Yeah, right.
It's really.
I hate that the whole city is being painted as like the old Wild West, you know what I mean? Yeah, right.
It's parts of Chicago that are fucking bad. It's parts that used to be.
Oh my God, so bad. Yeah.
Different elements of where they used to.
Oh shit.
In those areas where we used to go, probably
Yeah,
now,
no way.
Fucked up. You know, this is going on in Chicago anyway. You just can't say Chicago. Chicago's a scary place. Look what happened last year in St. Louis.
Oh my God, yeah.
Tensions is still like the bird.
You know, that's so crazy because St. Louis is a kid. And man, I remember they had this whole 4th of July down there. I mean, for every white guy, there was
Cool
two
in the
black
Gang
guys.
shit.
Okay? We're all listening to Cool in the Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans, alright? Fireworks, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town
Shit.
Where were you growing up? That you go to St. Louis?
Clarksville, Arkansas.
That's funny because that was the big city for my wife.
Yeah.
Like, that's the team you watch when you grow
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Well, she grew up in fucking
Paducah, right?
Kentucky. She grew up in fucking my Maryland.
Oh, my God. That's like Jackson?
That's like Jackson, yeah. Couple of hours.
Yeah.
Jackson.
We go to St. Louis to watch the games,
Right.
and then we just to watch wrestling. And we go to Hot Springs, go to the Oasis. My grandfather would play.
I'm back up. What type of wrestling?
Oh, shit.
Was it the guys you saw on TV?
Fuck no. When we saw him on local TV, I mean, that's where I first met Spit Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers, okay? Man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, I saw that.
Like the WWE wrestling.
It's 13 here, but it's legendary. You know, I mean, it was Mid-South. I forget the name of the other one, but I mean, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on it. You dirty motherfucker. Who else I spit on? Come on, man.
Were you in like the front row or was it like?
Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We're fucked up on suicide coats. That's what you ever have a suicide?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's where you take a coat, all right? You tell them just a little ice, and then you hit every type of coke.
Oh yeah,
on the fucking thing. Yeah, that's the suicide. Getting all fucking hopped up on that suicide.
We call it rainbow.
White Oak, Dr. Pepper.
Oh,
Okay, fucking orange. Orange Sprite, yeah.
That's what I did the rainbow.
Oh,
shit, that
man.
was gross.
Well, that's the suicide. Hot garbage. Cough syrup. Cough syrup, like the red NyQuil. Not even the fucking ghetto one, the green one.
I used to work at the movie theater, and we had good ones. We had like access to. We would make up drinks. We had like the white Sprite with something. We had the white ice with orange soda. Oh,
that could sound so good right now. Fucking icy. That bong is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and then fucking one hit of that.
You know what? We've had the same bong 3 times. We take it to the bathroom to watch. We leave it there. Unless you got a mouse in your pocket. I fucking and I buy the same one because I know it's a. Listen, you know, I got my first bong. 1985.
Yeah.
I got my first bong, and I level one.
Yeah,
It
right.
was a purple one.
I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the car.
This was because there was glass and there was plastic, like the plexiglass.
Yeah.
But then some jerk in 1985 or 86 decides to make a bomb that's purple with like dark purple hinges. It was like this. You see that black surface at the bottom? That's holding the turntable.
it is not plexiglass.
Plexiglass. It's like plexiglass. Okay, so I get this fucking mom and I use it when she gives it to me for Christmas. I use it for like the one doesn't suit my needs. So it's maybe up to here. Bong is what is it? Maybe a foot, guys? Or 12 on
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Put your dick out, ready to kiss it.
No. Had to be maybe 8 inches. Okay. Yeah. So I used the bomb until about March. She gave it to me at Christmas. And I used the bomb maybe till March 86. Well,
Somehow I was clean and sober and dope when I was with this girl, and I was drinking compared to what I was doing. I was fucking clean and sober. I mean, Lee, you think I'm talking about Lee? What we do now times 10, but to the fact that you didn't know what you were getting yourself in. And this was clean and sober for you? This was clean and sober. I gotta say. There's people in my family who think I need an intervention. No. Okay, so. You want a number 2 good rehab? I got one. Okay. Sure, yeah, right. You gotta assume. Okay, let's take it on the stage. Nobody can read with your fucking right hand. Just trying to figure that out on paper. That's like, yeah, right. We'll have the scoreboard over here so people can see. From 80 to 85, it was always something I'm not embarrassed to say. It was, no, because it went from. When did your mama? My mom, November of 79. Okay. Well, that I was already saying that all this shit. No, already I was doing. I was already dancing from the eggs. No, but I had already by that time when she died, I was already doing acid. So I was making a living off of acid.
No way.
Off of microdose acid. I had it down to a science, Ralphie. I had it down to science. I had a cut of friend of mine in on it. And then the real money was black beauties. I would get those are the others, right? The ups. Okay. So I would get 1,000 for $45, but I would sell 100 for $35 per dollar. And you've been wow. You sold 40 of them and you're right. You still had 960 of them to do it. There was no you could. Only a loser could lose money. Yeah. And I was selling the Adderall. Right. You get but not getting enough of the numbers I was getting. Yeah. Enough for those numbers. Walgreens don't get them those numbers. And these black beauties were fucking solid. I wasn't getting these from I was getting these from these 2 chemists that were kids down in a college in Pennsylvania. And I remember towards the end, I was opening them up. Only 2 capsules. Oh. So you figure, I think a lead a lot. Like, and I think about a particular night when I was selling purple microdot acid, I probably had, when you sell a lead, you do it. So remember, you build your resistance. Sell you one, and you might do one and get fucked up. I got 4 of them. Right? Walking around like, what's up? You got the best one. Tell me something to it. Sell me $1.80. Not even. They were $90, 100 hits and best one. So you walk into fucked up and be like, give me what he has? No, you couldn't walk in the streets. You couldn't walk on side streets. So we avoid the cops on Kennedy Boulevard. And I'm doing this kid really just roaming the streets of your town. You bump into people, you bump into people who fucking Northburg was farther away, but the people locally, like you, that would be on those streets, bumped into a kid from St. Jude West here. And I'm talking about loading up his pipe. And he goes, you got 2 hits and that's a lot. I'll forget this. He bought the 2 hits. He goes, get one of those hits and crush it up and put it in the pipe, let smoke it. And I almost thought my head was going to blow. I looked up. I've been thinking about this for a year. Now I got a partner. Let's do it. I'm fucking acid. And I got a headache, like one of those in between. Headache. Did he want to get freaking out on the fucking acid already? To make a long story short, I'm sorry, I wanted this tangent. You Ralphie. No, I love it. When I go out and know what was going to happen, like, all you knew then was that you had $42, Ralphie had 64, and I had 8. A little party, a package would show up, maybe a would show up, and it was like, that's what I wanted about the fucking Quaalude. Like I went is fucking going to the mall on a Monday night. Okay. Like tonight. What's tonight? Monday. Yeah. Meet me at Sean Wilson's at 8 o'clock. They give out food. Nice. Tell me you're working on it. My girlfriend gets mad right before we leave the house. I want to do vlog. Who the fuck wants to do vlog? Yeah. We eat like this good meatball. Yeah. Behind it tastes good, but tap, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden somebody will walk in. Dog, I got fucking blood. The guy fucked up with the chemicals. He made 100 of get the pan that way, so all the chemicals went to the fucking bottom of the toilet. So the ones on this side is the one he sold is 3-string. And next thing you know, Lee's like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, I'll split one with you. Because I gotta get some sleep. I'm leaving here in 1 hour. You see my clock? Like, I remember people saying it to me. Like, yeah, you see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here. And I would just sit there and go, this is when I become De Niro in Casino with Mickey Rickles. Remember when the plane was break? When the plane broke and now they got you, that's me. At that point.
That's fucking, goddammit, what's his name? Don Rickles?
Don Rickles, Mickey Rickles. Yeah. At that point, Lee, that's when you come back and you go, that was Palmer. I gotta leave here in 1 hour, Joey, okay? Don't do nothing to me. I ate the half a Quaalude, that's it. So I'm not gonna have another drink with me. And I go, Ralphie, just one fucking round. Gotta have another fucking drink. And in that meantime, some skinny fuck with a missing tooth walks in and goes, no. Hey, man, you wanna buy a gram of blow for $75? 25 and I'll give you 50. I mean, and you're sitting there going, it's Monday fucking night. What else could happen here? And all of a sudden, Fire walks in. This kid, Fire, Joe Ritchie's cousin. And he walks.
Did he hit a light bulb and set his hair on fire?
And all of a sudden, he walks in with fucking Valium with the Visa. You know, this was a constant. And now I never had anyone come up to ask me that. They don't even ask you. They just get a drink. And also they wave. And next thing you go to the bathroom with the beans. And they bam, they got you in the bathroom. So you want to buy these? Dude, they're $10 a piece. I get the for $7. I need the money. I'm going to go to New York and get my dick sucked. Okay. What are you going to do? We're going to pass out some good bills. Let's get it. We'll get an hour and a half on the bills. We'll give it a $1. You're crazy. Give it fucking 20. Come on. Never pass. We give it fucking 20. Let's get the 6 bills, all right? Cut this shit. And that's it, Lee. That's how quick it happens. You went out thinking you were going to have orange juice and a hamburger and watch the game. And you're going home jacked to the gills in 5 with the gram of blow in your pocket and 6 Quaaludes you didn't want. You didn't
your
want
dick's mysteriously wet.
I owe you $20. I gave you 3 of the Quaaludes to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to because I don't want to be. I don't want to.
Oh, man. George would be holding and didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
So that was how your drugs essentially? No, not.
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Listen, not the coke. The coke always went home with pop. Don't be wrong. The package. There was no putting away. There was people that said, "Oh yeah, Graham lasts me a year." I put 2 lines and put it away. That's great. Once I stopped, and I stopped. It's like M&Ms. It's like cigarettes. It's like anything else.
I think that honestly, okay, for the people at home, Coco is the head French man over the church. What's happening now? I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member of the church. It was us. And okay, the last time I saw Coco, because he's talking about the 80s like he was a demon.
Oh, it's
10
good.
years ago, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms, nearly an ounce of my weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, a quarter ounce. Okay, and then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to call the Canyon store twice to come up and bring more orange
Tell
juice.
them about those sandwiches, though.
Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah.
Tell them about the sandwiches you used to buy.
Okay, I get them from moving.
Tell them the time you went to that place, you took me to that place, and there was ants in your sandwich, and you sent it back, and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only ants on the one telly.
On one side.
Totally.
Oh, my God. Fuck that spot.
The place next to the Laugh Factory.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Fuck, yeah.
Every other
Yeah, Greenblatt. Jimmy Greenblatt. They charged me for half the sandwich because they had ants on it.
Listen, I saw him my own eyes.
Oh, my God.
On his arm. I didn't have ants, and he looked at the sandwich and was, what the fuck? There was like 3 ants.
Yeah.
Also, he put the sandwich down. The waitress over, he killed like 3 ants, but that was in that. She goes, which side was it?
Which side was it?
She fucking picked up and came back with the half and built it for the whole thing. It was the most ridiculous fucking thing.
They must hire the dumbest fucking people, too. I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay, late at night, boom, had a couple of pops, some stoned as bum, boom, that's great. And they fucking fried up the salami, and the goddamn they left the plastic on the outside so it burned. It's all toxic. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, just send this back. Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. Then I got high with you when we went back to that fucking place.
Careful. You have to be in Los Angeles.
Oh my God, nobody gives a shit.
No, you always used to make fun of me because I would get pepperoni. The reason I haven't got pepperoni in a few months is because they would always leave lipstick on. I'd be eating it and plastic would come off with every bite.
Oh my God.
Where do you get Ralph's? No. I would make sandwiches.
Oh my God, really?
And every bite would have the ring around it. So I have to tell them, and like the third time it happened, at different Ralph's. Let's get back to something flavorful. Yes, I make pepperoni sandwiches. No, I'm not going to do pepperoni sandwiches. So as you're reading it, the string is still on. Yeah. Like, let me take that off, guys.
I know. I don't think LA's problem is it's like an airport. You know,
they cut it this way, right? Yeah, they slice it like so it's like a wrapper on.
Yeah.
But not a fucking plastic. No, it was a plastic.
It's a plastic.
No, there's a difference between the wrapper of the casing. I'm used to that. Oh, it's the casing. Yeah. Okay. No, but it was like you can't take casing and like around it. It is like I've had pepperoni. Trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I've told them, and when you tell them that, you can see a difference. But that's why I don't go to the like. I did something really weird today. What'd you do? What did you do? Oh, I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off because they didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full, like way full. And I was looking down my cart, cold water. No, it's a busy fucking thing. Correct. No, you have brought barbecue place. Going back. Hello. Yeah. Why? That's the worst one. That's why you get shitty cold cuts. They don't have the cold cuts there. They don't? No. Where do you go? The Rouse up by fucking cold water and any other Rouse but that one. They don't have a slicer. They give it to you for the day. No. They have a slicer. Yeah, but they give them shit.
Most of the time they do.
No, they don't have to. The cold go there. You gotta go to Violent.
That's right.
That's where I go. Yeah.
No, Violent and
you said across the street from the bar. Not that dump. That dump is a dump. Okay, that's where that Jack in the Box is. There's something in there. That's why you go there. There's a Subway too. That's why you know why that is. That's why cocksucker. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. No, you can't go to that one. You gotta go to the one by Ventura and Island. Underground parking, very nice. They got the bread that you can cook yourself at home. What the fuck is that? You go to the worst? No, there's a worse one. There's one on Laurel Canyon in Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. I went there once. What's the scariest place you go to? What's the one?
John's.
It is. Oh, I hear that too.
John's. Scary. All Russian-y.
The one on Sunset. I'm by the bird.
Food for less? Oh, yeah. I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking, get a bunch of papers, like I'm about to get shanked in the... Oh, my God.
If I go with you.
Right.
was scary.
Oh my
Everything
God.
was scary.
It's the
One
whole
of the
thing
funniest
shit.
jokes about that place is Felipe. Felipe goes to Food for Less. It's the only place you go and there's drug dealers in the outlets. Crazy. Like this fucking. It is a fucking.
How are
thing.
spoons? I'm missing.
Just shot a CD in San Jose.
It's so good.
DVD in San Jose, whatever special. You know,
He's fucking funny, man.
Felipe's a great guy. He's doing a great podcast with what's
I know I gotta get it.
with my brother Solid Bomb. We have to get in here after do this podcast.
Oh fuck yeah.
Well, Rodrigo Torres. Yeah, Rodrigo Torres. We have to do his podcast. I've just been so busy the last 2 fucking months. So, you know, listen, we're still all here, Ralphie.
I know.
I just had Willie with me. You know, Rogan's doing his thing. Fucking.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
You know, Dane Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Ari's working. We're still here. You know, I guarantee that nobody had this to be here. You know,
Down late.
Josh Wolf was at Syracuse this week. He's working. You know, I mean,
I like Q's. Q's in the house, oh my God, Q's in the house, oh my God.
You know, we sit there, we were the original Sunsetters, you know.
Yeah, man.
Me, Wolf, Nuggy,
Yeah.
Mitch Hedberg, Nick
Oh,
DePaulo,
man.
that whole neighborhood was rocking.
Dude, I just hung out with Doug. He came and stayed with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopka. They all came and hung out at my house. Fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my God. Okay, if anybody out there is in entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird, and they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. Google "Washing My Big Old Pussy." Okay, yeah, that's a real song. And they passed, one of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up and Facebook like, hey, something's wrong with your lipstick. Let me touch it up. He had his little pinky down. He's awesome.
You know, this is what I think you were there when I was talking about it the other day. This is what baffles me, okay? It baffles me. You know, when you go on the road, when you watch TV, when you're on the road,
Yeah.
when you come back from your 2 sides, you're sitting there, you go to the go box, you know, and you put the fucking ESPN on, you go into the channels, and that's the usual. You have a movie on TNT, you got something on USA, you know, you got FX has the Strand on or something. And then basically you have the 3 networks, you have the main networks, HBO, Showtime, whatever. Then you have a bunch of ESPN. You have more ESPN channels than ever, and more Fox Sports than ever. And you're going through these things. And at that time, from 12, 11:30 to fucking 2, it's these talk shows and these sports shows are put on. And you look at this, you watch them, and then you watch them, you listen to the topic, you look at the 2 people doing it. Then you step beside yourself and you go, I'm not even talking about myself or Ralphie Ray or Jay Moore, who knows about sports, who's got a sports show. Why don't they have more? We can do this.
Yeah.
Brody Stevens were you in there? We're talking about Brody. Yeah, oh yeah. Who's killing it on? Now, all this internet shit we're doing in my world is basically the developmental deals they would give you 20 years ago. They don't have to pay for them. All they have to do is sit tight and go, this guy movement with Ralphie Ray over here. Give him some money. Let's see what we can take. He's doing fucking Periscope. You know, he's the kid that can do it.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's so goddamn excited.
Don't do that. Honestly, don't do that. Don't do that. Honestly, don't do that.
Oh yeah. Brody,
How bad can it be?
yeah. Oh my God. And I think what's I think what I'm seeing, and everyone was like, sports radio, sports podcast, podcast. Personality and entertainment. And I think that big people like ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to a degree, but not really. Because comedians, oh my gosh, comedians have taken over podcasts. It's not even close. It's not even, and some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones. But the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is good. He's a comedian, he's entertaining, and there's people like sports talk shows they're talking about that are just awful, and they have ESPN no one to listen to. So it's like almost like athletes. When they have a
Give me some
Jason Tebow, you can have networks for stuff like there's a lot of comedians who have it's just smart. It's just the way I watched that shit. That's one show with every black guy has dreads. Unwatchable. You know, when they're all over Tony Hitchcock, they'll have nothing for the Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers on the Michelle wrestling with a video show behind them. With a video camera. This is the shit I want to see. Yeah, this is why these channels are starting over. Watch somebody like, you know, what's in watch this. Yes. With 3 fucking shows on it, I can stream them on YouTube games 24/7. You wake up, that's from 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning. And then like the last times I met Brody, the comedy store made room. You wait till
Won't let you down. I will not give you up. Gotta have some faith in sound. It's the one good thing that I won't let you down. So please don't give me up. Cause I would really love to stick around. Oh yeah. Heaven knows I was just a young boy, didn't know what I wanted to be. Close to hunger, still got pride and joy, and I guess it doesn't mean this wasn't meant for me. The game, the most around in the face, brand new clothes, got a big back place on the rock and roll TV. I'm saying the name, is not the same. I'm so happy. It was so sick.
Neighbors here say they heard 6 or 7 shots around midnight. Man, what was it like for you? Terrifying. I grabbed my hands and got down on the floor. It was too much. Keep updated as research. Neighbors here say they heard 6 or 7 shots around midnight. Man, what was it like for you? Terrifying. I grabbed My kids got down on the floor.
Everything from
Peanut butter.
there was this guy
Here, so they were 6 or 7 shots around midnight, man. What was terrifying. I grabbed my kids, we got down on the floor.
like so fucking annoying.
Remember to stack that bread,
I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just eat. I'd bring over coffee, fucking go over jokes and shit.
Remember to stack that bread, neighbor.
Blackjack would just show up because the door knocked at his door. The screen door open on our son's apartment. And every time you come in, they just nonchalantly slide a video outdoor fucking gangbang. Okay, there's your gangs. Okay, all these cops and shit in there. Oh my god, it's like a blizzard. You can turn it upside down, like, and while Mouth was a gang, okay, just gurgling, comes and disgusting, a fucking fly came in, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole. When the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly and the puddle of comes on the end of that guy's dick. And we just be drinking our coffee, and Doug would tell me, whatever you do, don't look over there, don't put nothing. Just I don't care what he asks you. 98?
So I got in January 29th of 1997.
Coco. Okay,
I'm here a year before you.
But bro, you gotta understand. Alright?
We were all disciples.
Fucking the best rock in the
So when I get there, he's a picture.
Yeah.
The guy in the race, one time buying gun, it's a nuts. Like he's just a retard. He wasn't even buying
That's a big fat guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big guy, he got arrested, so he has a gun stuff. He was a fucking dumb dumb. He was like, he was so big enough with his bodyguard. He had a big jacket on right in the country. So I did it. The broad, with this girl that trailed me into her. She throws me out with Doug and the phone. On the couch or somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is. Doug's dating the rest.
Oh yeah, from fucking God damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. Yeah, she was fucking hot. You gotta give it to that fucking redhead runs on his ass. Dougie was deep into that. He was like, oh man.
Look at this athleticism.
Doug was the fucking best. He knew I didn't have a pot to piss in. And he was like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach and Horses. Alright. And we just walk over to the Coach and Horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the Coach and Horses, and this guy beside us was talking all this shit about faggots, we gotta kill all the faggots, goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. And Doug goes, fuck yeah, and Doug's amping him up, okay, and getting him with him, and then Doug fucking grabs my head and makes out with me. Okay, at the fucking bar, alright? And then goes, oh my god, what the fuck? Alright? So I go, alright, another beer and a shot. It was a weird maniac. Nobody's like that now. It's so
right back to Josh Wolf's like, so I had a car, but the battery was dead. So I just throw in the car and put the seat back and lay there. And hopefully after 10 minutes, I put the blanket on me and jerk off. And I put the seat back and open the windows and I'd be sweating to death. Boy, it was a suicide note. I died and fucking, oh my God. It was tough times. Sometimes towards the end, history called.
I had to remind, I was just, I gotta tell you, man, this was so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember when we were sleeping in his little cutlass, okay? And we were fucking reeked of booze, and he was doing the porno fucking clothes, there was the beer all over. I just smell like fucking stale baked cigarettes, alright, and it's interesting, like, and so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110, and it's all fucking fucked up at a fucking stepper, sweating like pigs, and Doug goes, Robbie, can I drink fuck your titty or something like that? It's really wet, get out of here, you fucking creep. So, he was bananas. That's amazing. Wow. By the way, hold on, man. You gotta give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place with Dougie won the San Francisco Comedy Competition was Dave. Okay? Motherfucker. And he said, now, holy fuck, that kid lit it up. Every time Stan goes, see him get him like that, see Chappelle get him like that, see him get him like that, fucking hooked on that. That kid's dead. So he's still big. And it was she's probably all that stuff. She got all this comedy. The first two times I saw Stan, it was just middle older. That's what we established in the last block. Then you were asked to write my song. It doesn't count towards the I had that feeling when I saw Hicks for the first time. It was just established that the schmuck is a necessary carbonic bacteria, both for the sake of the carbon, for life, for carbonic designation and for ownership. So why would you say you don't have the schmuck and what? Because it's muscle. It's totally different. So the Gemara says, the shot of the schmuck, the carbon should be muscle. Once you go ahead, once you go ahead, for the schmuck,
Because I didn't really want to let me just think
The concept itself is towards the end, and that's when I ultimately again
once I saw staying home, it took me 3 days to realize what my next 3 or 2 days to decide whether I'm going to get a day job or I got to go for this work hard, but I got to be that guy. I got to be that loose. I got to be that free. You got to be that dangerous. You have to be that out there. And not, you know, be like the rest. That's why when he came here, he was getting the improv this time. He went to the festival in Burbank, and he told the guy didn't move for some shit. You know, he fucked the chick in Bill Maher's bed, and he had to write an apology. It was nonstop. They had never met anything like that at that time. And he just walked into the improv. And the improv, you know, and the comics, they're like gangsters. They're writers, and they, you know, oh my God, you know, yeah, they're witty and shit. And then James, they were rumors that he was walking people on Sunday nights and walking the improv and shit already. That's what, you know, he fucks with his grand. And he made it on this fucking terms. He went to war with 20,000 clubbers, 3,000 of them on his terms. That's a ball shame on stage. Oh my God, the chick never recovered. Yeah, shake the balls. She ended up getting raped in the magician castle.
It was like the 30th one, right? Whenever we stay in bad hotels, like they stay in every night because they actually sell stolen hotel bibles for merch. He's the real deal, man.
You really have to appreciate that. Especially with the year of this bullshit. We see people go up with the nightclub and the rib jeans.
But for the
He eats one of the whole a fucking manager. That's 2 weeks ago was an assistant manager at Burger King. He's good.
Taylor?
Is he? No, I don't know which one is that. You never know with the one time the guy rolling papers and beers. He goes, man,
No, this is a different dude. He's professional. Yeah. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Bust his ass. And then when he came in, he got Doug all settled in and fucking found out the ticket count exactly. Fucking went to dinner, checked in 4 hours before. Make sure Doug was all right. Had his suit, fucking rock and roll. It was a fucking. That's how formatted. The guy's in good hands. He doesn't let him. He doesn't. If he gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure food's fucking awesome. Everything's safe. He's the cleaner. Okay, he's the fucking wolf. Okay, of the Doug fucking circus. Okay, is this guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave bitches in his wake and with boo and okay, and this movie just pop up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
He disrupted that comedy store when that shit is born. Right? He disrupted a lot of
Sorry.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, right?
a nice guy. That's what made it so it's over. Yeah, it was deadly.
Sometimes a comment should be evaluated, but it doesn't count towards the evaluation of the error. For example, there are postulates. So obviously, a postulate type
That was a total scam, right? Yeah, total scam. That's how we fucking gas in his car. Yeah, man. No, the fucking needle worked perfect. Okay, you just tell that split to get it. It's broken. It was dude, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It was a total scam. It was a fucking dude. Well, that's on you. You should fucking. It was the same as the Oldsmobile Supreme. Fucking beat the shit. That car fucking, when he got rid of it, it's like 400 something for the car. It's fucking incredible. Dude.
Yeah, I slept in that motherfucker.
Doing CW Kindle gigs. Shirley Bottom, she had some good gigs. Mark Shilling. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never did blow.
Answer is that you know, says,
Yeah, right.
As a very slice of its what's the principle of entrepreneurship? Cover is found in the business of the owner, and in the current one is there are only two
The game is so much different than when it was. I'm working with got busted, man. I think you really didn't, put dirt down my bathroom. Okay, Drake, that was always forgiven. I appreciate that.
I'm going to answer myself. What I say, by the way, is it
The singles.
Then it'll be ultimately again a neder. But if you don't, it'll become a neder. How the Bible is talking about neder? What is the switch to the neder? As we just said, is teaching us the halakha. So if we're going to cover the shema, then ultimately again it will be halakha l'maisa or neder. If you don't bring it to shema, then at least it's in your stomach, which means it's a valid carbon, but doesn't come forward the obligation. That's the source. So it's an incredible recipe together. You see the primary actually which is carbon was asham, right? What was really carbon asham. So what also the asham itself, it noticeably can become also sasana as asham. Another one is not for passages. We want to apply the principle or the rule of sasana. Should be accepted as a carbon, because work forward to the particular order. Asham is different. Because at the end of Asham cannot be brought as a neder or a so then you go like Siklau. If you can Asham is brought for Shema, it should not work at all. So that evaluation what this should have and there are two pieces to the Shema. If you don't want to cover the Shema, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon is valid, doesn't count toward the order. You kind of exclude and Shabbos. But you never explain why those are excluded. Here it is. It will say, why is Shabbos excluded? Because by Shabbos it says, the Shabbat also the Shabbos. Right? Because it says, you shall check it as a Shabbos. What do you actually cover? The Sa Yishma Shira Shabbat Yishma Psuba. Achatas, if check it for the sake of the Achatas, so the Kasha. If it's not checked for the sake of the Achatas, it will be Hashem, Hashem, Shlo Dishman Ksherim. By other Kabbalas, even if they have an Shlo Dishman, they should have automatically. You know what I'm saying? The Jersey one that they shut off. The environment needs to show up. As well. The email, I was telling you, I was telling you, that was wrong, that like the fucking actions, the joint shit. Always have me at least one step, you know, and like this, you know, my picture outside. Should be story about Gavin's at work, I'm on the phone, popping up, I'm gonna go fuck yourself. I'm working with this guy.
That's the same homeless guy with a black arm you see all the time.
Across the hall, and the fire department did come by. If anybody, I don't know, that's fucking bomb. Drive to the fucking alley, flicked it on. Fuck him. Get that dirty bum the fuck out of our house. He's creeping us out. It was maroon on one side and tan on the other side. Yes.
Welcome. Yes, sir. Just one moment. Hello, hello. How are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm here. My mom and also my stepdad. Christopher is his name. And yeah. This is on his phone presently, but I want you to do your famous pitch that I've heard 1,000 times.
Absolutely.
I love dearly.
Most certainly. Well, first and foremost, Christopher and Mrs. Reiser, you have a wonderful son. He's an excellent friend, very smart, very funny, and I appreciate him a lot in my life. So with that, thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure to meet you all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years for world peace. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. If you weren't aware, my life is very much like The Truman Show or Big Brother, if you're familiar with what those are. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, it will be my privilege to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth. And most importantly, I'd love the opportunity for you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about a lot of things that aren't normally discussed about the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like nuclear energy, including nuclear fission, nuclear fusion. I love to talk about artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I love to talk about things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, space elevators. I love to talk about space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I love to talk about things like de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting and I want to be able to capture. Additionally, I'm an advocate for other types of technology like life extension technology. When you both were born, the average life expectancy for you was about age 80 years old. I want to increase that. If you want, with your consent, this is all with your consent, but I want you to be able to live to be 100, 120 years old through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps peptides, cold shock therapy, things like perhaps red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy. But you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, back in 2025 when we spoke, I didn't know if this would all come true, but it has. It's been a wonderful run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Christopher and Mrs. Reiser, is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
So, I mean, that's a lot. All very cool. I had familiarity with a number of the technology and trends and innovations that discussing is fascinated by many of them. But I think the thing I'm probably most fascinated by from everything you just said is, so you've been living your life 24/7 online and recording that. What's the origin story behind that? What compelled you to make that choice?
Great question, Christopher. I am by trade a certified project manager. I've launched apps very successfully on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. Additionally, I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and it was during the pandemic, and I was working for one of these Fortune 100 companies, working remotely, and after work, I didn't have too much to do before some classes that I was taking in the evening, and I wanted to stay active, and I went and joined Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I would hit golf balls after work, enjoying life, and I noticed that I never had the opportunity to record my golf swing on camera, and so I started with my golf swing, and I noticed, I would slice the ball or hook the ball or top the ball, and I would make little jokes to myself on camera. And I thought, this might be something interesting that my family might value in the future. Just, me making fun of myself, and maybe I should just upload the golf swings after work. And I started to do that, and then recognized that after work every night, it was taking quite a long time to just do the uploads. And I thought to myself, you know what? It's probably in my best interest to just stream it. That way, it's available instantaneously. I don't have to worry about rendering issues. And so, just about 4 years ago, I should say the first 3 months that I did this, I did it with GoPros. So I would just GoPro my life basically in first person or video myself. But I got more comfortable on camera. And about 4 years ago to the day, it's very close to my 4 year anniversary, I started my first YouTube account, and I recognized that generally a private person, but if I'm going to share my life with the world, I want to do it better than anybody. So I bought not just one laptop, not just two, not just three, not just four, but 6 laptops, and I put them around my room, and I bought a variety of handheld devices and created the accounts. I'd never created a YouTube account before, but now have far more than I care to count, and essentially have backed up and archived my life for the last 4 years. And I was inspired, I would say, as a child to some extent. When I would be with my parents and we'd have some kind of event, we would a lot of times get out the old VHS camcorder. I'm sure you guys are familiar with those. And I would ask my parents, why don't we just, instead of having to wait for an event to get out the camcorder, why don't we just always camcord? And my parents explained, well, nobody does that, and also we would probably run out of space by storing all of the cassettes. But it was something that I had in the back of my mind. And then additionally, reading through history, I recognized how important it was for people to journal, basically, people who would be journalists or diaries, people who are diarists, and how important that information is for us to understand what life was like in previous times. And I thought, I'm a single individual and have the ability to perhaps dedicate some time in my life to live stream. I did not think it would take 4 years or so. I didn't know how long it would take to be able to build a community and meet so many wonderful people like Riser, but it's taken some time, and I'm really fortunate with the people who I've met, and I really love it. It is what somebody would have done in the past of just writing a daily journal. I do via video. It's just a different medium, and I think people will be able to learn from it in the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I keep on a radio in the background so that at any given moment throughout the last 4 years, you can know exactly what's going on in the world, not just in my life, but in global history. And I just think these are positive things for the world, and people may be able to learn from in the future. So, long answer to your excellent question is really just recording my golf swing was the thing that started this. And here we are 4 years later, and I have absolutely fallen in love with live streaming.
Really cool. It's really kind of interesting where something little like that can grow into something really big. But I want to be clear on one thing, just so that I understand. So if you are live streaming 24/7, that means this conversation is being streamed, and therefore other people can be sitting in and follow the conversation. Like, we're now a part of that.
That's absolutely true. You're live on 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously.
Okay, so that's
20.
That's a really good thing to mention before entering a conversation.
Yeah.
I look over at Riser and it's a normal conversation. No, it's fine. No, it's just no. It's one of these. It's just one of these consent things. And by joining it, by joining it, there's an implied consent, knowing that here's how this works, and therefore if you're doing this is what you're consenting to. No, I didn't know. I wasn't aware of this. It's not a problem. I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand the context, because I do not live my future. I do not live my life and express all my thoughts globally for all the time. There's things I can't say, depending on what we talk about. So I felt that awareness is important. That's all good. Yeah.
So if I may add some clarification, when you join the server initially, it tells you that I'm live streaming. It gives you the links to where you can find my live stream. So for an individual who finds me under the normal process, it's pretty clear to them that I am live streaming this. Also, if you can see in the actual name of this voice channel is called 24/7 live stream, and I do my best to make people who aren't aware that they're being recorded as aware that it's possible. I did not know that you did not know that you were being recorded, or I would have told you that.
All good. All good. I was just looking for it. Okay. Oh, hang on. Looks like this. Cool. Once again, like, so many things. What do you want to do?
Yeah, very, very nice to meet you because I have actually heard your name quite a bit. I'm just wondering why there are 20 YouTube channels.
Oh,
like, are they all themed differently, or?
So I have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to any of them. Occasionally, I'll get a copyright strike because somebody played a copyrighted song or a part of a sporting event was copyrighted, and so I do my best to ensure that none of them get banned. But if any of them do, I have redundant streams and basically backups of backups. Additionally, you can watch my streams you can watch me in 360 degrees. So there's this angle, there's behind me there's an angle, and then there are forward angles. So if people prefer a different angle of me, they can certainly enjoy it. I also have ceiling cameras. So really the answer is kind of twofold, for different angles based on preference, and then also ensure I have backups of my streams. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to figure out. I'm seeing two rabbis. So I was just like, hey, Zach, help me out here. Which one are you? But I get it. You're fucking both.
That's correct. Yeah.
You listed a long set of interests.
That's correct.
What's your favorite one these days?
Actually, probably extraterrestrial life is my favorite. Even though I didn't mention that one, that is definitely one that fascinates me. I have both been an skeptic at times of my life and a believer at other times of my life. And I love hearing people, no matter whether it's true or not, if aliens exist. I love hearing, I love encounters with aliens, allegedly abductees. I love hearing perhaps the stories of alien craft that allow us to enhance technology. I love the idea of getting off world eventually. I think it's an inevitability of human society, perhaps not a or two, but the longer that we are able to evolve, eventually I think we'll be able to get off world. And then what does that mean for humanity? The next closest solar system aside from our sun is essentially like Alpha Centauri, which is like 3.8 light years away. So it would take, if we were able to travel the speed of light, about 3.8 years to get there. And would there be life there? If not, where else may exist in the universe? Are we here alone? These are all questions that I think I'm not the only person who ponders them, but I think they're things that are pondered humans in general, and that opens up an entire world to me of different alien species, where they may live, how they live, what kind of societies they have, what kind of technology they have. There are certain theories that perhaps Earth has been seeded here by some of these alien civilizations. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. All I know is that these are really, I feel, great questions that to which we do not have the answer, and I like to ponder them.
Where So you said at sometimes at certain points you've been a skeptic, and other points you've been a believer. So where are you on the spectrum now?
Yeah, I'm most certainly a believer now. But I have publicly debated my friends and other people and on the subject when I was younger. Frankly, did not feel that there was adequate evidence, and of course, I felt that if something existed outside of our realm, that it would be told to me by a government or by the United Nations or something along those lines. But as I've gotten older and I've seen the evidence myself and heard whistleblower testimony, I have uh, become a believer. And the thing that really changed my belief, was something called the Disclosure Project, which occurred on May 9th, 2001. Now, I didn't see it May 9th, 2001, but I saw it a few years later. It's basically a documentary, a man named Dr. Stephen Greer, who is quite well known within the UFO community. And he brought more than a dozen whistleblowers to the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., and had them give their testimony. And so each person gave their testimony of what they had experienced. And these were people who worked for the FAA, the people who had firsthand knowledge and firsthand data of of um, of evidence of at least extraterrestrial origin, meaning crafts that were traveling much faster than any type of at least disclosed craft. And not just that, it would be people who worked at NASA, whose job it was to airbrush these craft out of certain photos. It was people who worked under like Dr. Werner von Braun during the Apollo program, and how they would discuss how much of the advanced technology that we currently use, including the transistor and night vision goggles, even things like Scotch Guard, were all perhaps at one point garnered from or gleaned, I should say, from the Roswell crash, which took place in July of 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. And this got me to thinking, okay, well, maybe there's something else out there. And I really started to dig into it and dig into really more evidence that started to pile up. And these were days before AI and computer graphics did exist. I didn't even need computer graphics. Really, many of the whistleblowers their testimony was at least interesting to me. There were also mass sightings, like something known as the Phoenix Lights, which took place in the late 1990s, 1998, if I'm not mistaken, where a very giant craft basically flew over the city of Phoenix. It was captured on video from different sources, and this caused me to have, and not only was it caught on video, but the people who were eyewitnesses were medical doctors. They weren't just uneducated bumpkins who may, I think, make perhaps some unfortunate discernments of what happened. These were well-educated people, highly regarded in society, and also had a lot to lose and a lot to risk by discussing these things. And then we have in 2018, on the front page of the New York Times, there was disclosure, or what many people take to be disclosure, with the Tic Tac incident. Essentially, there was a video. FLIR is a type of camera that the United States government uses, and there was basically a Tic Tac shaped, if you know Tic Tac the candy, a Tic Tac shaped craft that was caught flying off the coast of San Diego, which isn't far, which definitely caused some interest in my life. And it was found traveling faster than any conventional aircraft. And not just that, but making right-hand turns that would kill any human pilot. And these types of crafts were This was not just an event that was something that I read on a blog or maybe in someone's book. This was on the front page of the New York Times, and this was, I feel, a very important event. There have also been events that have caused me some concern that these crafts, or they're very interested in our nuclear programs, and they've actually been able to show those. And these have been uh, there have been quite a few different incidents, especially in places like North Dakota and Colorado, where uh, the jet systems that are considered to be impenetrable have been shut down because of crafts flown overhead. And those are just in the United States. Then, when I started to learn about the different incidents that happen globally, particularly in Mexico and South America, um, things that can happen that I wasn't aware, but so you could be stopped with your naked eye, see anything. But if you use infrared cameras, you will see occasionally flying around. And all of these, all of this type of evidence has caused me to change my mind on the subject. And then I would say most of all, the my favorite story of ufology, which is the study of UFOs, is a man named Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar, I don't know if you know who this is, but essentially he was a nuclear physicist at a place called Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico, and he was uh, a tinkerer, basically somebody who liked to work on things, and he had built a jet-powered car, and he had an article written about himself in the front page of the Los Alamos uh, newspaper. And if you're familiar with Los Alamos, this is essentially where the Manhattan Project was. Trinity site is not too far from there. This is where Oppenheimer was, and one of Oppenheimer's colleagues is a man named Edward Teller. And Edward Teller happened to be there the day that this newspaper article on Bob Lazar was written, and he happened to be reading the newspaper outside before he was to give a lecture. And Bob Lazar approached him and said, "Hey, I see you're reading a newspaper article about me, um, about my jet car." And they got to talking, and basically, when at another point, Bob Lazar sent his resume to Edward Teller, who's very well known in the nuclear community, considered one of the fathers of atomic weaponry, and sent him his resume, and he got a job at a place called familiar with Area 51. Now, this is in the late 1980s, and no one knew what Area 51 was, aside from those people who worked there. It stayed a very top secret base from the mid 1950s until the late 1980s, and it was essentially a Lockheed facility. Oh. Okay, I'm going to check your date on that, because it was not known until the late 1980s publicly. So you're saying a sci-fi movie from the early 80s called Area 51?
I remember seeing in say 2009, but I remember this from my childhood.
Okay, so I'm seeing them as well. Um, let me just.
The movie I'm thinking of, Hangar 18.
Okay, that's different, and that, if I understand, is that not at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base?
It could be wrong. You may be very correct. I'd always conflated the two.
That's okay. So they're both top secret bases, and so no problem at all. As I understand, yeah. So Hangar 18 is 90, and if I want to just clarify Hangar 18 and Wright-Patterson, because good for me to just keep these straight in my head. So Hangar 18, yeah, is at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, near Dayton, Ohio. What's
Apparently, 1984, there's a movie called Area 51. It was about a zombie-like alien swarm invading an army base in Las Vegas, and later adapted into a like that arcade game in 2011 version remake. That's Gemini talking. So that's maybe. Hang on, for like one. So 1984. Hold up. Yeah. Eric, there's the fans of epic movie science wiki. Yeah, 51, 1984 science fi thriller film. That's all
I see that. But it references a science fiction. It isn't um the I would.
You're right. It's not a story based around the concept of actual Area 51. Interesting that there's a movie from 1984 called Area 51, even if it's not actually.
Agreed. Oh, most certainly.
Came up with the number Area 51. I guess my point. So there's some awareness. Interesting. What I find really neat about everything you're describing is, for me, that's obviously done far more research in the whole space than I have or will. But I kind of have always landed on the highly likely the alien civilization existence, really based on the map. If an ever-expanding universe, or the number of planets that exist within it are. So the idea that we're the only life seems.
I'm in agreement with you. This is really the Drake equation. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's when I was young, this was also a question that that permeated in my mind. So the Drake equation is essentially a formula developed in 1961 by astronomer Dr. Frank Drake to estimate the number of active communicative civilizations in the Milky Way. And is that basically how are we alone, and without getting into all of the specific mathematics behind it, it concluded essentially that we can't be alone with the size, or the chances that we are alone are extremely, with just the mere size of the and so I'm in agreement with you. So the idea was something that estimation about 1.5 to 3 stars per year in there are about 1.5 to 3 stars per year in the Milky Way. Nearly all stars have planets. 0.1 to 0.4 might have Earth-like planets, et cetera, et cetera. And so he concluded, and his colleagues concluded, there are about 1,000 to even 100 million just in the Milky Way alone, depending. And when I heard that, that was something that caught me off guard, because there were many religious questions that I had. How could we be alone? There were many, I would say, societal questions that caused me this. So yes, I think. Are you familiar with the Drake equation?
No, I wasn't familiar with that equation.
If I may just on the Titanica, 1989 is the first date that the actual base is mentioned in the public as being a real base, and this was based on a news segment by a man named George Knapp and Bob Lazar, the man about whom I was speaking. And one of the things that Bob Lazar did there, he worked at an area of this facility known as S4, and Area 51 has subsequently been the place where the SR-71 Blackbird was developed, the B-2 bomber, basically stealth weaponry. And one of the things that he worked on allegedly was the reverse engineering of the crafts that were crashed at Roswell in 1947. and were taken to that Hangar 18 in Patterson at some point, and then eventually transitioned to Area 51. Now, it's interesting to me as well that the United States government did not recognize Area 51 until the Obama administration in 2012, even though there were signs there were news reports from there, and there were questions about where all of this technology could have been developed. So it seems as if the government was a little late to the game, and it just wanted to bookend that. Now, we're on the idea of the Drake equation. For how long in your life have you thought about the idea that just the vast size of the universe could mean that we have friends in the universe?
Friends is a whole other subject. But how long? I don't know. It's like not something that really spent a whole lot of. It hasn't preoccupied much of my time, but it's certainly something that like any kid thinks about at some point, and you kind of just work your way through it. So at some younger age, I've worked through all this makes sense from a math perspective. So you know, the keepers. That's kind of where I left that. Not just
I was that way for some time as well, definitely, and I didn't want to look into it. I didn't know what to believe.
Well, I don't. Well, I don't. Yeah, for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, yeah, likely the case, and looking into it or not looking. Full respect for perspective and the research you've done on all that. And I personally do not feel the need to answer a bunch of the questions of why something exists or not. I just find that the facts don't exist.
Excellent.
I'm mildly distracted because I am using our friend ChatGPT because it's so much easier to make so many things ridiculously easy. And it's the big validity and quality of hallucination and all that sort of stuff.
I'm in agreement.
Fascinated by the hang on. So if it's not public knowledge until 1989, then why is there a movie?
Many.
Like, what's the reference to a thing that would have lent itself to that? I'm looking for that.
Many the argument that it's disinformation. If you put out a false story, people will reject the truth.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Speaking of AI, and Riser will tell you that I'm a major advocate for its use, and I think one thing that about my project that's very cool is that I'm using ChatGPT. I was an early adopter of it in November of 2022, and was using it the day that it launched officially, November 30th, 2022. So part of my streams have actually captured, like, without LLMs, without large language models, and I've been able to see what life was like with their use in society, and then with the subsequent ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, 3.5, 4, and now 5, and the different iterations of that, and teaching people about AI when or even just ChatGPT. Particularly on social media, but specifically in like places like Twitter Spaces, which are like audio rooms or different subjects, and people couldn't believe some of the results that they would get immediately, and it was essentially a new type of technology that no one had experienced before, likened to the first people who used search engines or the first people who used personal computers. Very in some ways, it's a new, wonderful addition to the common usage of people, and I think it's really interesting that my streams capture basically pre-AI and its common development.
Well, respectfully, you commented earlier that one of the reasons why you're doing what you're doing is you referred to diaries from pictures of like Alexander Pope's famous irises, and how you capture, their everyday book, the thing where they're capturing these ideas and the things that matter, little clippings from whatever, that's flowers, just all of that. And I really like that notion, but what struck me when you made that comparison was that the difference between a diarist in that time and 24/7 streaming is that the diarist is curating and organizing. They're making very deliberate choices about what is included, what is not included, as opposed to saying no, everything. And the choices fascinating choices and more power to you for to that your agenda 1-2.4 because you know what I mean? Because
Absolutely.
There's no way for a human by themselves to begin to navigate and discover and find patterns and trends and everything. Like you will need a generative AI as a means to discovery and find patterns or ideas or these things within the body working.
I've already been shocked at how good AI is. The videos that I give it, essentially, I can put a 12-hour video link into immediately get a summarization of everything that happened, at least from an audio perspective, where the transcript will be. And it's just a matter of time until the video can be in a similar fashion. You're 100% right, though. For one person to just watch one of my streams, it would take them 4 years at this point. And considering I have at least 20 different streams, and that's just on YouTube, I also have streams on Instagram and Twitter and Pump Fun and Twitch and Rumble and quite a few others from angles. We're looking at a single individual nonstop, at least 100 years worth of effort, and that's just far too much for one single individual to be able, over the course of their life. This is really a project for AI, and I embrace AI's role in being able to detect certain patterns of behavior. I also think that this will be studied from academic or university level future. I'm essentially the biggest of an individual that humanity. So aspects of my life, like my breathing habits, my blinking habits, my following patterns, my eating habits, my circadian rhythm, my sleeping patterns, my bathing patterns, everything about the human have the opportunity to be studied in the future, but it could not be done without the aid of AI. So I think in the future will be a effort essentially between human discovery and AI pattern recognition. Well, thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it and appreciate the insights that you have. I wasn't aware of some of the things that you stated, particularly the Area 51 in 1984, and also being able to confirm Hangar 18 and some other really great information. And so I want you to know from every conversation that I have, I do my best to take as much as I can glean from someone, and I certainly learn from you. And I wanted you to know how much I appreciate really you taking the time to learn about my project. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you so much, Mrs. Reiser. Just in conclusion, I want you to know how much Reiser means to me. He's a wonderful person. He is really has a wonderful heart, and just I would say is an animal lover and a people lover, a lover of laughter, and brings a lot of joy to my life. Comes into the Discord. He certainly brings joy to me, and uh, I say this to the people who I have the opportunity to meet, and you, Christopher, and Miss Different. If there's anything I can ever do for you, whether now or in the future, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life if you want. I'm here to be a person who has an optimistic view on society, and just more than anything, I want to give people hope. And if there's anything I can ever do for you or Riser, please don't hesitate to ask, okay?
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Absolutely. Well, wonderful. Thank you, Riser, so much for the opportunity to meet your family. They're lovely. I can see how you are, the way that you are, with the kind people that you have around you. I'll let you continue with your family, and Riser, you know I'm always here for you, okay?
Sounds good. I appreciate you taking the time to meet Christopher and my mom briefly.
Excellent.
Yeah, appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
I look forward to. Oh, before you go, how was Yellow?
We took her to the vet,
Right.
and we giving her a new diet and some probiotics. So hopefully the issue will clear up in the next few days.
Excellent. Please keep me updated, okay?
For sure.
Excellent. Take care, guys.
All right. Good night.
You as well. Peace. Shout out to Riser and his family.
The covenant works, but ultimately, again, is not effective towards the owner. So this is 1 second. My cause is that, so let's say, I just want to talk about this a little bit. My cause is the actions of Shlomo. Why is it that we are comparing this ultimately again to Shlomo? Why not compare all kavaros to chatos? I will say that would be a very scary comparison. Why? Because what's the halacha about chatos offered up to Shlomo? Right? Everyone agrees it's not good. The covenant itself is invalid. So why not say that all kavanos are good? Why do you compare all kavanos to Shlomo? Why don't you compare all kavanos to chatos? Jewish people said, no. Hamid rachmana osa. Because remember again, the Torah already excluded chatos. How so? Because the pasuk is the samach hasyado al rosh chatos, the shafat osa lechatos. Rabbi said that there are a couple of key psukim that we have in these daf. That's one of them. The shafat osa chatos lechatos. What does that teach me? That a chatos has a stricter din of the shema. The chatos is only valid if manish shafid the shema for chatos. But again, the Torah explicitly articulates that by chatos and not by other kavaros. And therefore, Allah will say chatos is his own thing. They will say, but why is that pasuk important for us? Because that pasuk is the source of the din. The Mishnah. That's why everyone agrees that you shep the chatos shalom v'shma. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? The covenant is totally invalid, right? It's not effective. Covenant and so doesn't count for the owner. Why? That phrase, the shafat osa lechatos. Osa. Look, so I said, sure, the question is literally just a moment. Just catch it up in just a second. So far, I just want to tell you or show you what we've amassed today because this has been an earth-shattering day. Right, number one, you establish so 3 different categories ultimately of the Shema. Right, that's number one. Number two, right, the Shema by carbonic designations, ownership, designation. Both of them, and where does that apply? All four of the primary sacrificial avodas: Shechita, Kabbalah, Zrika, Holacha. That was step one, although that was really a serious step, but we all know that, right? Right, so that was step one. Step two, the concept that the Mishnah espoused that when you go ahead and you offer up a covered Shema, The carbon is an effective carbon towards the owner. Where do you get that from? So most like it all comes down to literally again one pasuk. Motza Svasecha Tishmar. This is Dvarim. Glasses. Dvarim from Gimel Mendalet, right? Motza Svasecha Tishmar. Vasisa Kasher Nadarta LaHashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says, like literally, Moses. Whatever you articulate, make sure to honor it. Make sure to honor it as you vow to Hashem your God. A gift offering, like we spoke. The Gemara says, "What's going on over here?" We start talking about a neder, and then we switch to an adab. Oh, that's our case. Our case is where you set out to offer up a particular carbon, and then what happens? You change the Lishma designation. Oh, so in that case, what happens? Your neder becomes an adaba, which is another way of saying what? Which is another way of saying that halacha l'maisa, ultimately, your carbon is still going to be a valid carbon, an adaba, but it's not going to come to yours obligation. So we'll say that's the pasuk. That's the pasuk. The last piece we got today, ultimately, if the chatos is offered up shalom l'shma, it totally does not work. Where do we get that from? Chatos l'ashem. By our, what was Lashon? That wasn't V'shachat osa. No, sorry. V'shachat osa l'chatos. You should go and offer up as a chatos, which means again, both say a chatos has even a more intense thing of l'shma than an offered up l'shma doesn't work at all. Both say that's the entire sugya, just those three tenets. That's it. But again, three major pillars upon. Everything that we're learning is built on those three pillars. Good. So let's go back. We have 3 minutes left. He wants to say as follows. He also the Buddha Nachman. He also Sheish Gabai. The Buddha Nachman is with them. The Yossi becoming they sat and they're saying the following: Kashi the Rish Lakish Ashab below Asila de Nisa. Nisa. So goes to again Rish Lakish when he's on his stomach and he's measures. By what was he bothered by? He was bothered by the Ashab. That's really what he was bothered by, right? Because the Ashab can't be brought posthumously. Nor can it be brought as a neder and a dava. So it seems to be like, why does it fit in the category of other kabbalos that if brought lishma still works as a carbon, but ultimately again still works as a carbon, but it doesn't count towards the other. Later, Rabbi Lazar, it's not true. Maybe an asham. We brought after that on the rule of Sheish asham the most sorrow. So what does it mean that asham be brought after that? Really, asham can't be brought after that. So what does that mean? I will say, if you have an asham, let's say you have an asham, and you're supposed to bring an asham, and then Ruben died. What do you do with this asham? You let it graze, develop a home, then redeem it, and use the money for other kabbalas. So in that respect, interestingly enough, technically speaking, an asham is put after death. To which the Gemara says, no, that's not real. In other words, it's not the asham that's for after death. It's the value of the asham that's ultimately again redeemed. Not the story make karba mosara. So the truth is because if that's the case, it's saying there's a chatos, right? If the owner of the chatos dies and ultimately goes ahead, what happens? Let the chatos graze, develop a mold, and then go ahead and sell it off. So you see, a chatos is also brought after death. The mosara means the residual value is brought, but that's not really called the chatos itself. Chatos. About the karba mosara mi tachmano. We can't bring a right from chatas what? Like we're supposed to say again, even technically speaking, though the value of the chatas is brought. Halakha l'maisa. Remember again, the Torah already gives us exclusion by chatas. Again, I'll keep up here in the passage. Shakat osa l'chatas. Asham nani ksid beihu. But it also says who by an asham, to which the Gemara says Hahula achar hakaras emurim. That's talking about after the limbs are offered up. Sanyo amar asham lomar bohu elol arakaras emurim. V'hu asmo eno tira emurim kasher. So I will say ultimately again by asham, halakha l'maisa again as we talk about after the burning of the limbs, and technically speaking, even if that is omitted, ultimately the covenant still didn't touch. Who? Lama, we swallow any do. If you therefore Damarav, Asham Shanita Kuraya, Ishakto Stab Kasher. If you have an Asham that was set aside for grape, you see, but we don't want to die. And then what happens? Ultimately, you ended up shechting it without any particular designation, ultimately it's cut. Sure, the Gemara says, nitak in, lo nitak lo. Only if it was actively set aside for grazing. My time, Amakra, who, Bahab Yasoi. Because the pasuk says who, and therefore it remains in its designation until it is ultimately designated for grazing, at which point in time, even if you shafted it, stamp, ultimately comes as a Basha Mosai. Okay, everyone. A little bit fast, I know. I will say that's right now. Let's say that's a halakha nice again. So I just remember the three principles that ultimately, again, I gave you just like a few moments ago. That's the ikra of the entire daf. Those are the takeaways, and those are the principles that I've been using by front of Osai. Tremendous. What a run. What a run. This wasn't even a sprint. This was a marathon. Shkayak, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day. Big Shabbos, big Shabbos. Yisrael Kevron is such a supposed to be able to with you all the time. You are not the majority. You're the majority, which is tremendous. You don't want to be. It's so, where they'll say, I see beings. One Testament believes that there are beings and saucers or some craft or something. There are no people out there saying that the narrative moves on so fast. Yeah, it's a little job. But when you're talking, I guess, extraneously, you get that. He goes on to complain that he's been on so many of these things, meaning television and radio shows. And also by analysis, or TV show, and we know what he's talking about. And he's just like, making a joke out of it. Seth was also talking about a movie, versus Ledger, that the night they got released, but actually, on the Prime, he had that. Richard also said that he had a great personality. Talking about their UFO sightings, what they find, which I guess got a very good look at the craft. So I have to point out that we had testimony in 1952, when UFOs were seen in Washington, one fighter pilot talks about surrounded by UFOs, which were Richard talks about this. And I was signed the letter of the late Senator Barry Goldwater, who has general personal permission to see what the water called where so alleged alien body. His response was to Goldwater telling them that he had again Goldwater or Marshall. I'm not sure without the feeling that there were any creatures away. And I reported along with Rothschild that General Exxon told us about the material recovered from the Roswell crash being taken by field. He said, I quote, it had been pretty colorful. They knew they had something new in their hands. The men and the material unknown to anyone I talked to. And on the side, I was scheduled to meet with Exxon at White Mountain Air Force Base, but it was clear that when I arrived, that he was flying Dodge. But he didn't know that I had military ID, so he had to survey that way. And was clear to some and told him that he had done to me way too much about what was being happening in 1947. And in the similar thing, I was talking to a Air Force officer about his in-laws disappearing. Sons of his sons offered that UFO Lake Superior disappeared. And these fire carbon was being shot on radar, and they told me to shoot go ahead and why the one flip just flew off carbon. And the problem with that was that was from the UFO the jet. One other pilots really wanted to hear and like fire the airship. First, I say, it never separated the big flip just the bad guys disappeared on the scope. And he left behind a carbon explanations for the disappearance of the jet. None of them fit the fact the carbon or the flight without having alpha that carbon at the end. So what happened? It's not because the ATEX has a UFO sighting, and therefore we have components. So in our system, it's all calculated and considered production required. Carbon, hydrogen, then I understand why there's not enough position to go. Except that carbon block out. Now, how do you shoot? Because it was again, some electrons, like partners, carbon top of those. Partners are play not partners that are covered in that go ahead and swap out that cover for something else. Why not? So actually once that twice, because I'm looking at myself. The section of two rivers because of that everything on the vocabulary is sitting in virtue that air is required of and what? One of them should have to go also from American the rebels and just the has the ability to go ahead and FFA reach back that. Now look at these one person.
It's the only online protection you will ever need.
That's good that I got from the application. The Gacko back to the way to the passion. So they act like that we nice the old style. So also the person that I said the old style so seriously the love the nice so you have to add on. You have to add on. So much so actually that goes acceleration. So
not really. It won't stop online sweepers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about your VPN. I just realized that antivirus is only have protection online. So get better online protection with NordVPN. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get NordVPN with 77% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah.
Also all have joint own bodies, and when they join bodies, both of the partners and the bodies. How advice for you? I'm going to ask that question. No, I'm going to so much time. I think that there should go ahead and acquire a carbon. Then I understand why one of them has to go to get that true up. I'm going to go back to the but also make it whole. There should be not the private carbon. Then how this is to do that well, I get all of one. I'm not because go ahead add on to it. It is cover of 6 and the one who would choose have more of the cover is one ultimately against video the Hakuri who shall know how shall have it on. And if someone of us impose your head separate out separate from the court's threat, but separate from his own produce. Robots have got us shalom. Ultimately, again, he has the right to decide which calling over. It's actually a very just as a full side. Rights is not good. Rights is one of the facts I know is the rest of add on let's say what like that's what I think is the license about the job example that's everything before that so what do I do? So I go ahead and I separate how much from this block from my
How many other
yeah.
maybe at that time on that same block?
Separate everything yeah, who got from the box. Yeah, separate everything but yeah, if I go ahead and produce this hey, And I actually separated out those before. So even has to separate out separate out and separate and actually you're getting counter something like that. Listen, I separate out I have the right to go ahead and hold it. So again, it's not any right to hold it. But us have a right to recipient ultimately again goes to the one that the actual which the word says. So what's this one still here? Only the one over the judge. He gets the Kahara has the ability to use the word answers. So Mama Kahara goes to the Kahara. Yo no me cambio, ahora tú yo es bailo, no cambio de texture, about Camora, some of the different so right here, not that nurse should ultimately go ahead and inherit the covenant of the marriage, and the answer is no. The answer is no. Listen, remember what's the discussion that? The discussion that is they die, it's behind the covenant. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Should you offer them? Let's say they died, that would die. Behind the covenant. Then what occurs? We're going to go ahead and offer up a card. Let's say, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That she doesn't ratify a card. Why? Because she's going to try to plug up the ones. I could have up the looks like second down. Have a big card. That offered up the only one that's singular favor for a cover. The fact that it's nurse and influence offer up the cover tells me that right. Nurse have the right to offer up the issue to offer up but that's yeah, no but our natural how do they actually go through the message? Because especially if we're hoping to go ahead and get so this there's different versions of what you call direct but general I'm not sure about. Although was another fashion in general, right back to the time of the offering of Kabbalah, right here again it was let's say we should use another 4. Let's offer it up let's offer it up at this level. What's the status of the concussion? Yes. Right? Discussion, right? Ultimately, covenants of concussion. You offer it up for the first restraint, you offer it up to all these spots. What's the caveat? Good. Doesn't help you to always have obligation. So ultimately, you have to think another covenant to satisfy the obligation. Was there less? Doesn't it Torah on behalf of the Lord? So that is not there.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Go to blueapron.com and check out the week's menus and get your first 2 meals for free with free shipping. That's right, your first 2 meals are free and you get free shipping when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. You'll love how it feels and tastes to create home-cooked meals with Blue Apron Sweet. That's blueapron.com/Joey, blueapron.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Club W. Right now, Club W is offering our listeners $20 off of your first order when you go to to clubw.com and buy all of their great wines. And it gets even better. I know you hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles or more. So go to clubw.com/Joey right now to get $20 off of your first order with free shipping if you buy 4 bottles or more. And go to onnit.com and use code word church to save 10% on all of the great optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, Showtech Immune, and Showtech Sport.
Oh shit. Well, he's about to see the devil. It's Wednesday, June 8th. It's a beautiful motherfucking day to be alive. Lay Cyan, Brody Stevens, Uncle Joey, back in the studio. Are you kidding me or what? Church, what's happening now, bitches? Little old death weapon for you from 80 fucking 3. People were smoking bazookas to this fucking song right here. I was one of them. Yeah, old soul weapon. I remember waking up at the drummer bar and someone lost his arm. I just remember waking up to MTV. That was the story on MTV, the radio story. They lost his arm, yeah. Lost his arm. I think it was January 1st, 84 or 85. In a car wreck. In fucking Europe or somewhere. But he came back. Sure he came back. He's still out there, isn't he? One-armed drummer. Give it help. What's happening, Brody Stevens? Enjoy it. Great to be here, Joey. I'm excited. I'm thankful. To the neighborhood. It's nice coming out. I'm exercising. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm happy that you're fucking happy. You understand me? When I saw you a few weeks ago, I could see the happiness glowing out of your fucking pores. Well, it was with Hazel. What do you say? What's going on with you? I'm feeling great. Having a good day. Did some kettlebells this morning. I did 200 swings this morning. I couldn't believe it. It was crazy. We did 10 swings for 20 minutes. And that was on the minute with 24 kilograms. It isn't super heavy, but 24 kilograms is 48 pounds. 50, it's a little bit more. That's not bad. Oh my God. Wow, that's a lot. It's form matters, correct? Oh, it's not about weight. They always say, like the guy said, like, cause I don't know, I get competitive with myself. So not every class, but I try to go up in weight. But he's the guy I go with who's really big on. He wants it to be perfect form because you're doing 3,000 with shitty form. It doesn't matter. So you try to get a number of swings. It's a numbers game. Well, no, it's a class, so he tells us like we don't always. So like for today we did 5 presses on each side and 5 squats, and we did that 4 times. And then from there we went to swing. So every class is different. So sometimes it's swing for 30 seconds and to see what you get. Usually it's every minute on the minute for like 10 or 15 swings. Yeah, these kettlebell workouts you do, they get your heart rate up. This high intensity training, and I've been grinding them today also, but I just don't want to get carried away. You start feeling good and you overdo it. That's been my problem, but that's why I keep my weights down to like just a 25. So kettlebells for a few years now. You've been up to kettlebell. Well, they were fun to do, and it was good for once I get that. You can get a great cardio workout and flexibility. So it was all for lining, kettlebells. Once you do them, you like them. Now you've always been a proponent of workout every year. Were you working out? No. I played baseball. So I was in college, I played baseball, we worked out, but I was also playing baseball. Then I went to Seattle, and I really wasn't doing much exercise. I don't know. When you exercise? Oh, yeah, of course. Those endorphins, sweat, confidence, getting a good stretch in. So, I mean, it definitely affects me. But, sometimes I'm taking too much caffeine. That's my problem, too. It's like, coffee, 2 or 3 cups a day. But I'll take a 5-hour energy. I need a kick sometimes to get me going, to get a workout in. But I'm not saying I have an addictive personality, but that could be my problem. But I do like working out. I like kettlebells because I feel like it's just something outside the sun. Good
do. The day I went to my old apartment, I'd go out in the alley.
I love walking on Hollywood Park. I have to tell about the Trump. I'm walking a lay down ball. I'll stretch, I'll do some swings, I'll do some cleans, I'll do some sit-ups, and I'll do a lap or two. Like, just walk around.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking get sore the next day, Jack. You're like, damn, I didn't do nothing.
It's an underrated park, by the way, North Hollywood. There's a little bit of an edge to it. I'll go there, I'll take a lap there. And the kettlebells, yeah, you just drag them, throw them around. My thing is I'm playing baseball also. I like throwing the toy sometimes. You can't overdo it with playing baseball because my arm can be tender, my elbow. That's why form is so important with the kettlebells. But because I've been building up slowly and my pitching mechanics are better, I've been able to avoid injury. I'm wiser now. I'm wiser, and I'm able to avoid injury. And I'm actually doing rehab exercise in the tendons around my elbow.
Because you sleep.
I've been sleeping great. I do urinate 5 nights a time. 5 nights a time.
5 times a night. All right, here's the claim.
Yeah.
You ready?
Sure.
Doctor bumped into me. Said that's what's killing me. That's what was kills me is Christ. Jesus Christ. So for about a year, my big thing was to stop at the counter. If don't work or pop up.
Gotcha.
I could drink a whole thing at Starbucks and be up in 30 minutes.
I can do that, yeah.
So, what that does to you is, because coffee is a diuretic.
Diuretic.
So you drink coffee at night and you're off and running. You're having nightmares about people peeing on you.
Yeah.
That's how many times you gotta fucking pee. Nightmares about people peeing on you.
Yeah.
So I had to cut that out, but here's the secret. They say over a certain age now, they really confuse you. They say they want you to take an aspirin at night before you go to bed with a glass of water. And I'm sitting there going, I drink a glass of water, and I'm making sure the sleep apnea goes out the window. Because what happens with me, my sleep pattern is basic. Let's say I go to bed at 11 o'clock, I'll sleep solid till fucking 8. That's 6 hours, that's 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
This is no long time for me. A minute and a half, I'm done. And I let that go. My mind walked back to the bed, I got my sleep apnea, and that's good. It grows in my head like a fucking weed. And I got all right. Really? So I got sick of that challenge in my sleep. I was talking to this dude, and he goes, what you do is you're a comedian. You work on your legs. Because you do 5 spots. When you get home, believe it or not, your legs have fluid in them. So when you go home at night, the first thing you do is you wash my hands, you shake all these fucking monkey's hands. Right. You wash your hands, and then get water. Like a little bit, like 8 ounces. And I sit there and watch TV on the line. I make notes about my set. I call Lee. I return a call, and I know somebody was up late. But the whole time, my legs are elevated. And you see that in that half-hour period that you cool them down, you'll start peeing. Because your legs are elevated. So all that, that's what happens. When you go to bed at night, your legs are elevated. So now all that water that you had in your legs, that fluid that you were retaining, you gotta pee it out.
I think some of the medication, I noticed right now.
Well, I got blood pressure medication.
Yeah, that's going to do it to you.
Fuck out all too.
I'm just used to I'm just conditioned now to getting up and going to pee 4 times a night, and I go right back to sleep.
By the way, I'm able to. I'm gonna cut 3 of those peas. If I can cut 3 of those fucking peas out,
Give me a jug. I used to pee in a jug.
Done. What you're gonna do is you're gonna put your feet up on the fucking on the way home. And go to the little Target, look up, they got feet posts.
Squatty potty.
$14.99. And you can take it off and hide your notebook in there with your pen, your pot pipe, your lighter, your weed, and put the cover over it and sit over it like a fucking zombie. So that's what I do. My shit's all in there. I got a notebook to write jokes because I can't go in the bed because my wife is sleeping. Right. So I put a pillow up there.
And right before you go to bed, that's not healthy. I used to pee in a jug and started to use a fucking window. I used to do that. Well, pee in a jug? Not in jugs and like, if I didn't want to get up, hell yeah, that's disgusting. I was in a weekly hotel. I was sharing a weekly hotel with Lahai was there. It was in New York City. That's where I got in the habit of peeing into a jug because you had to share. You had to walk down the hallway to use the restroom and go. You know what? I'm gonna avoid the middleman. Give me that jug. Boom. Started peeing in.
You're one of those hotels where the whole floor uses the one bathroom.
Well, I did that for the first
times a week.
Yeah, when I first moved to New York City, yeah, I stayed there for about, I don't know, a couple months while I was looking for an apartment, and I ended up finding a studio out in Brooklyn, out off the L train in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So you told me to go to New York. You were the one who said, Brody, go to New York. You told me in Seattle, go get you. Go to Surfriel. Go downtown. Just be you. That alternative stuff or whatever you want to call it.
It's crazy how it's giving me a memory now. When I lived in San Francisco, I was a full-time worker. I would live in one of those hotels where people took the shower and go home with. So I would rob them when they were in the shower. And wait for them to go in the shower. And I let people get robbed when they were in the shower. People were taking their photos in the shower. It was like a fucking luggage thing they were taking.
But I would lock it.
Your apartment.
You got it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I have a security key.
Oh, you did?
How the fuck you think you're dealing with some novice? I'm gonna go in there and you open the door? That's a no-brainer. That's stupid.
Oh, you had the key?
I had keys.
Oh, man.
In no ways, what I would do, I would practice on my own doors. Because all the doors were the same. So I would just practice on my own door. So when I lived in
How do you practice if you have a key?
because you practice, you make believe you're fucking locked out. You never do this, make believe you're locked out.
No, I don't ever.
That's how you find out if your house is burglar proof.
Oh, mine is. I've broken into my apartment here twice because I lost my keys inside, and I have that window. I still have to get that bar from my window, but it's all I've broken into my apartment twice, and like no one says anything on the second floor, third floor. Yeah,
You climb to the fucking things like Spider-Man.
because there's a window onto the walkway, so I just pop it open and I let it slide through. But no, I don't do it just to see. I mean, I guess that'd be good.
Okay, so let's say you live in an apartment complex. I live in Snowmass State. I live in an apartment complex. And that complex is A to K. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. 11 fucking buildings. So all the doors we can say, you follow me, so I would practice on my door. How long it would take me to bring it to a place, like on the time. You think you're doing some asshole here? So let's say your door has the railing there. What the fuck is this? I practice how to go screwdriver, pop it in, pop out that thing so I can set my fucking. I used to get saws. Those saw blades. They would pick your fucking door.
And what happened when your neighbors would walk by?
Nobody would walk by. I was shoveling snow. They thought I was down there shoveling snow.
Were you doing this for fun? Was this a hobby?
Was this when I was burglarized?
Yeah.
I was doing drug dealers. I would know who the drug dealers were. Even in Snowmass, they would go skiing.
Right.
And as soon as they got on that hill, they can't take that pile of gum with them.
So you were going after the drug
All the drug dealers in that neighborhood.
It's like a Pied Piper thing.
Like a Pied Piper, but for myself.
Trespassing. stuck your way in. So you stuck your way in, and basically you don't have a seat. So now you gotta go get a seat. They're like, yeah, you're in.
Wait, so for $20.
Yeah, $10. You know, I want to see 10 good getting seats. Easier, but 10 on the ticket.
Yeah.
I want to see the 6s against the next on Christmas Day. When they're about 10 on the ticket.
Gotcha. We used to sneak into the forum of the Laker games.
Really?
Yeah, we would go in there. You could go into the forum. We did it this way. So if we would go in, and if you left, that's what we did. Basically, to make it a long story short, if you left to go smoke or whatever, they would put an X on your ticket, paper like an X. So we took the ticket and we slipped it through the door, and our friend had the ticket stub. So now he had the ticket. We were just the door to inside the outside. He had the ticket stub. He wrote the X on it, went to where we walked in. See what I'm saying? Right. It was like real easy. So we snuck into all the games back in the day. No. This was like standing room only. I don't know, guys were moving. We had like I don't believe me. I want a seat. I'm not one of those guys who's comfortable bouncing around. Like in the form.
Was Inglewood as scary then? Like, was it? When the Lakers played in Inglewood with worse guys?
Inglewood was all right, but no, it was like known as what it is now. Kind of, it was like a little edgy, but the forum I'm sure was safe in the parking lot. But I used to go to like 2 or 3 games a year, like again, when the Celtics would come to town. Saw the Nuggets, Trailblazers, but yeah, we would sneak in, and then also the LA King games. My friend worked there, so we would get in, and there's a lot of that stuff going on. But that was LA back in the day. That was a spot to be. The forum was just.
I was scared. Like the only place that were movies, and
that's even scary.
No, what? I'd at least buy one ticket. It's like, I never really went. You buy one ticket. Those 3 fucking movies.
They don't?
They know you're doing it. You don't give a fuck.
I know that kid.
That wants to be a cop for fucking 8 years.
I've seen one.
Comes up to you and tries to spray you with deodorant and shit. How's that? They even don't play in that. I did, but I used physical motivation. This guy's a fucking idiot.
What about getting a refill? I got busted one time for getting a refill at a Circle K in Tempe. Hey, you're not the lady like clamped down, man. She said you can't do that. I got the soda. It was like a thirst buster. It was hot. I remember I'm drinking the soda. I'm like looking at the magazines, checking out the stuff. Now, it's all halfway with some more. And she's like, hey, you can't do that. I remember. She called the cops. No. But she came down on me. Remember these incidents in your life when people came down on you for stuff? I remember the circus one. Have you heard of circus? Have you heard of Circus Vargas is like a local this one I did. Some ladies that I snuck into I remember, so whenever I think of Circus Vargas, it's still around. I came back to that lady, grabbing me, sneaking in, and I wasn't sneaking in. I'm so upset now. No, but I remember I got busted. Some lady thought I was shoplifting. Some people I got stuff that I didn't do. I don't know why.
I got busted for cheating in school. Yeah, I was in 4th grade.
There you go.
That's what I was. I had the book under my shirt. And my teacher knew it, and he said stand up. And the book got so there was that. That was terrible. I got caught doing not like shoplifting, masturbating. Oh no, I have it. That would be terrible. You guys are almost. I don't want to say I got caught by an ex-girlfriend. She wanted to take a shower. She came out of the sniff of the pants bang on what I found. I'm so good at that. She came out of the fucking pants. She came out with the towel. But yeah, come on, so fuck that. You put these things back on, you're pregnant as a motherfucker.
What about shoes? Little feet and socks. You don't have a foot fetish?
I like women's feet. I will suck up with them.
But if a girl says, look, here's panties or a sock, what do you want to hold?
Panties.
I'd probably take a sock. If they think so.
Somebody was telling me there's a girl that gets money for sending you run.
All the girls do that.
Yeah, they send you socks that are worn.
Oh, really?
After they go to yoga.
Sign me up. What do you learn about feet, Brody? The shape of the toe, the nail, the bones, like kind of like when they have when they're up good, and I like a little bony. Clean, I like them clean. I mean, I can get dirty though. I can walk,
I'm not a sex fiend with a foot. I like what I think is beautiful. I think I see a fat chick with fat feet and she has sandals on at the airport. I'm going to tell her husband, stop. You didn't advise him before you left the fucking house. He got some bare balls. I'm going to sit on the elevator. But you can't wear those fucking sandals. It's like a truck driver's feet. I see it all the fucking time. And the guy should tell the woman, I done this. I love you. I love you. You're a great cook. I love how you dance. But you can't wear those open-toe fucking shoes. I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes. I think I'm next to a guy named Nick. Look at the size of your fucking feet. You're a Godzilla, but I love you to death. You're the mother of my children. But those feet gotta go. We gotta do something. They're loose.
What do you expect her response to be? Oh, thank you, honey.
I didn't know. Women don't know. Sometimes people just don't know. I got fucked up feet. I got fucked up everything. I love feet. I got fucked up feet. I got the fucking nail toe. People look at my foot in jiu-jitsu. I get all embarrassed. I had eczema. But what's worse? I put a band-aid on my toe. It looks like a fucking half a fag. So I might as well go with the fungi toe sticking out. I don't give a fuck. I trim it. I trim the fungi.
It's fungus.
I've done everything I could. When Sebastian told me to spray the thing, listen, I went up and got a little torch. That's the serum. You want to grow blood? You go to Sherman Oaks. Some Indian ladies, it's the only people that would do that. Little torture toes, Hindus. They're trying to get back at somebody. Going in the morning, they get a fucking hose, like a blue hose, with like coldness there. I don't know. They leave it on your toe until you don't feel your toe. Then they blow torch your fucking toe.
Right.
With like a torch.
Yeah.
So you smoke the fungi and get burned. Oh. And you can smell it.
I was gonna say, what is it? Oh, it's like for the Dumb and Dumber movie.
You go from one foot to the other, to the other, one foot to the other. My wife got it for Christmas. We tried it. And then I go home and I fucking pick the nail up and spray. Sebastian said he had to spray it on his toe for a year every day. So that's right there. All he had to do. Every day I spray it. Now the nail is apple bots. Like I've cut half of them. I go to hotels, that's where I do my footwork. I don't work on my feet at my house. I do footwork in hotels.
They have podiatrists on every corner. Joe, how are you doing this? You're
what's a podiatrist?
a foot doctor.
I went on a foot doctor for you. Gonna say you're gonna help me.
He'll help you.
You're gonna trim your feet, and I gotta sand them.
Oh, sander. Where do you got a foot sander?
I got a foot sander because my feet crack and shit. I got fucked up skin. So what happens is I take my feet, I soak it, I wait till the toenail comes out, I cut the fungus out, I go deep, I take the brown stuff out.
Oh!
I definitely sniff it. You know, man, you gotta sniff that shit. That's the
You have to.
reason.
You have to leave.
Oh my god.
Do you like catalog? Do you have like a diary with like?
You don't know what you do is you take the toenail and you get some toe jam and you mix it all together like a toe ball. And you sniff that fungi nail.
Joe, I think I can help you. Let me ask a question. Do you take supplements? You take MSM? Do you know what MSM is? Do you take BioCell? I take supplements that specifically focus on skin, connectivity, those tissues, those I used to have skin ailments. I used to have bad nails, skin, jock itch, anal lesions.
So I got a jock itch and I got a scar on my foot. I'm just growing up in Jersey and scratching like I have a red scar. Like not on my dick, but way on my thigh. I'm growing up in that
But these are for collagen. These are for nails. I take it. My nails get stronger. My eyebrows get thicker. I don't have, again, the jock area, the eczema. That's also mental. But I used to have those problems. I'm telling you. And I think if you tried some MSM, I thought you would. Do you know what MSM is? MSM. It's basic stuff. MSM. It's in chondroitin. It's in joint stuff. But if you take it, it's strong. I'm being serious. For skin, hair, and nails. Look at my nails. I'll scratch somebody. That's how strong they are. I would say
When I heard that story about you having that toenail thing, I say give it a shot. Biocell.
I got GNC tomorrow.
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
No, don't do GNC.
I don't think you want that, Joey. I think you like it.
What, the toenail?
Oh, like just the process of digging it out. Like, is that why you do it on the road? So your wife doesn't see it?
So the maid sees, like, just cut fucking pieces in there, like, take some of the jam from underneath.
Oh,
I have to collect them. I take them, I chew on it, we'll punch and fuck it. The person's show.
so chew on the first
Fuck yeah, I don't give a fuck. I've eaten hooker's pussy.
Oh, do they get reviewed on Yelp?
They do. They have a back page.
For a second, are you serious?
Yeah.
You send me the.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joey, when you go, when you do road work when you're out there, do you get room service every day?
No,
you don't.
I'm gonna go out.
Some hotels they put you in industrial parks.
Uh-huh.
And it sucks because that hotel has chefs on food. You gotta eat that shit. That pisses me off.
Uh-huh.
I always try to opt for a hotel with civilization.
Right.
If I'm in Vegas, since Vegas is one of the place that gives you a full rooms. I'm one of them with your room service because it's a fucking hike to the elevator when they put me in Vegas.
No, I mean cleaning. Like when you have a room service every day. Cleaning. That's
I don't want nobody coming to me.
that's what I'm getting at.
I
Okay.
sleep apnea machine. I got sensitivity stuff and I got my computer.
So they don't pressure you like, hey, what's going on there? Why don't you room service? You know,
They call sometimes and say, can we get you $1 right now? If I need something, I just get the girl $5 and I'll take $2 for a bar of soap or whatever.
so I shouldn't feel weirded out or pressured.
No, I don't want nobody to fucking. They don't hotel I stayed at that actually called like 3 times. They're like, listen, it's a hotel policy. I said, ain't nobody coming to my fucking room. If she wants to come around, I gotta be in here. It's not a thing of trust. I just don't want nobody in my fucking room.
Gotcha. So there's a lot of guys like that. A lot of people
I like that.
You don't have room service? I mean, room cleaning?
I do. Like, let me ask you, Joey, if you're on the road with your wife, will you? Because when I'm with Paula, I will, because she likes the bed made and all that shit.
My wife is another fucking thing.
Right.
I'm gonna like to sleep on the same fucking bed. I like my fucking.
I never make my bed.
I cover it up and I fix the pillows and fluff them.
Why?
But for me to do the marine thing and measure, I ain't doing that shit. I've been
Yeah, I
doing this
can't
for
do
4 years. It's hard. What's you call in the corner? There's a name for it. You pick it up and then you come in the corner and you put it over the top and grease the hospital corners.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I have all that shit now. I ain't doing no more hospital corners. I fluff out the sheets. I fluff the pillows. I don't like getting the pillows are fucked up the night before. It pisses me off. And it slows me down. Now I'm pissed off again because nobody fluffed the fucking pillows. Now it's another half hour before I go to sleep.
Yeah, I've been making my bed recently and it feels good. It's a new change in my life. But you know, and here's the thing. When you're a comedian or you're a go-getter or you're living day to day, it's like you feel different. One day you feel this way, the other day you feel next. Some days I'm inspired to do this, some days I'm not. Sometimes I'm being here, some days I'm not. It's just hard to stay. I mean, I'm doing good stuff, don't get me wrong, but it's hard to really, you know,
You're to be broke. Or is it?
it's a very deep question.
No, the question is, like, I look at my life when I was unhealthy. I look at my life when I'm healthy. I have a pattern in the kitchen when I wake up. When I wake up, I do a couple of CBD drops. When I wake up in the morning, I drink a cold glass of water and ice.
That's great.
To get my fucking stomach going.
You're supposed to.
Then I put the coffee in. Then I take this fucking for your throat, whatever the fuck that is, that shit, that pain in your throat. For thyroid, I take a pill for that before I eat. Then after I pop that, I make a fucking fruit smoothie with almond milk and a bunch of fresh fruit, some frozen fruit to keep it a little thicker.
You're already ahead of the game.
Okay, and then after that, I fucking do a CBD drop, 7 drops in my mouth. Break all the cancer in my body. There's something in my fucking weight, you know what I'm saying? Then I fucking spray my nose with the antibiotics, the steroids.
How often do you have to do that?
Twice a day.
For how long?
Until I get the surgery on the amount to do it.
Okay.
Then I fucking take a shower and brush my pussy.
Whoa.
And then I smoke some more dope. And then I eat my eggs, my 3 pieces of bacon, and my 1 slice of wheat toast. I don't eat egg whites, I only eat toast. Chicken boy fuck around with that monkey white shit that smells like bacon. You know, if I smell egg whites fried, I get sick. Yeah, I can't even smell it no more.
So that's your routine right now?
Yeah, I switch it up. I get oatmeal with coconut milk. Better than Uncle Joey.
I like that. That's
and
great.
I walk my daughter to school. Well, jump at 9 o'clock. I'm out there exercise for maybe half a mile. So I put a mile in. I do my breathing exercises. I walk Dr. Police's book. I do the breathing, the walking breathing exercises. When I get home, I write for an hour. I put my pee on. I go to the gym. When I get beat up by a young kid, I have to do sit-ups and push-ups. And I figure every time I go, I have to do 25 push-ups. So if I go 3 times a week, I do 75 push-ups a week. You know, it's a shit that you don't do at home. I do that. Right. I get beat up. I put my cardio. Get stronger. Okay. I drink a little protein. Activity, 26 grams of protein with my electrolytes. Yep. I also take a lime and I freeze it. And I fucking grind the lime over. Because it's good for your asshole. What's that thing in your asshole? People have prostate. Prostate. So you shave the line, that powder. Shave your asshole? I mean the line. You shave the line, that little fucking powder that comes out of that line. Yeah. Show me you all this. In the living room, I see a little girl with tails. And I at least gotta be around till she's 12 to navigate a fucking human mind to a weak spirit to understand. I can't have her walking around having mobile. You know, it's a different game. I gotta prepare fucking 2020. I ain't got time to fuck around. So if I can live till she's 12, I'm good. If I can walk her down the aisle, it's fucking better. If I can see her graduate college, that's better. The way I look at it, it's every little bit helps. Yeah, every little bit helps. I'm not dying for nothing no more. We were young, we died. Stay up all night to catch a plane. Somebody's told me that. What surgery are you getting? My nose. And they said, because when I first met you, you never breathed out of your nose. And since your body wasn't getting oxygen, that's what made you go sweets. Because once you started breathing and working out, the weight fell off. But I can still hear the shit in your nose. So I was double taking with him, like, maybe I shouldn't have the surgery. He goes, no, you gotta have the surgery. Your life's gonna change completely. And now you get more fresh oxygen, which makes your body. And I test my pH every month. It's really amazing because, like Dr. Elise said, when I leave, sometimes it's fucked up my pH. But after the walk and the breathing exercise, when I come back, perfect. 6.5. You go to Amazon, you buy the pH strips, they send you a roll, and you do it every morning. And I never do it after jiu-jitsu. I wonder what it is after jiu-jitsu. You sweat fucking gallons with that gi on. My gi is outside right now. I looked at my fucking pants. Your back, how much is on your back? Never mind the strip from your ass. Your ass will sweat, your balls. You wash the uniform every day. It's in the laundry right now. You wash her dry? Everything, yeah. I hang it up. I have to leave my knee pads outside. Even cocksuckers don't get their knee pads to sweat. That's how sweaty you need knee pads at jiu-jitsu. People who suck cock for 12 hours, they don't get their knee pads as fucked up. And I think that's really good, just the sweat part. You gotta break the sweat. That's what Matthew Masonic says. Break the sweat. I do kettlebells. No, I wouldn't go home until I saw the sweat down here. Like, I won't go home and work out until this is all covered with sweat. Gotcha. And I could see lift the machine, punch the bag. Whenever I did all that shit on my own, that was my goal. I want to smell some of the reason coming through the pores. You know, where you want to smell some of the shit. Apple cider vinegar. That's what I think. That cleans it all out. I can smell it, like, go through my pores. I've been taking that with some orange juice. I down it. It's supposed to be really good for you. The mother of the earth. Apple cider vinegar. They say it's good for just detoxing. I mean, everything. So I take that. I do need to drink more water. Go ahead. Like, you were talking earlier about how important baseball is. Like, it would have changed if you couldn't pitch. Like, you do that a lot. I watch on Periscope. You throw. Like, well, that was a one-time deal, actually. No. But you practice. Baseball's in my blood. Right. Like, if you couldn't do that, how would that change you? I mean, it'd be that question's coming out from one field. It's mostly because, like, I think that's what you do a lot of exercise. And that's what I was imagining. Like, if I couldn't play baseball,
Well, I'd be depressed. I mean, I like throwing the baseball. I did play baseball now.
Do you have a bounce back? Just throw a bounce back one of those things.
I do have a bounce back, but I need to put it together with a screwdriver. Sometimes I'll go down. What I would do is go down to the high school, North Hollywood High School or Reseda, and I throw the ball against the wall. It's hard to get a catcher, to get a guy to catch you. But my friend, who's a coach of the Cubs, he's a Major League Baseball coach, so we would always throw. I played catch with him before spring training, so I always get like a month or 6 weeks in of like good professional catch. But there's like a guy who knows what he's doing, because find a comedian to play catch with, sometimes it's hard. Like they don't know what they're doing. It's not as fun. But when you're with a pro, boom, 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 get a good workout. So for me, I'll go and throw against the high school, or I'll do the tubing. I train like a pitcher, but I'm not actually pitching in games. But this charity game came up, and I had been practicing. I kind of I did throw a bullpen this year, on the side. I still have it. I'm not. But I didn't think I'd play the game. I didn't think I would play. This game came out of nowhere. It's a charity game that former Major League Baseball player put on. So at the last minute, they said, "Brody, you want to go pitch?" I go, "We'll try." So I just played catch, and I threw a bullpen in spring training. And I pitched 1 inning, I went to 2, to 3, to 4. And it's like, I look pretty good. So it's kind of like, it's good for video, it's good for me. I enjoyed doing it. It was like, wow, I've got a kick out of doing it. Yeah, but it doesn't pay my bills. I think a lot of people can do what I do. Listen, how many people, but they have kids. How many people have I just wanted to survive, to keep the fingers I kept this in the dugout. I checked between innings. It was pretty cool. Yeah, whether you felt bad, whether your cat was dying, we would go. That was guaranteed. Every Monday, Tuesday, I had a apply the same thing.
Explicit Kabbalah verse.
Because
That verse doesn't have explicit Kabbalah. Instead, there's such a thing as situational Kabbalah that essentially since you're involved.
Stupid offers. Your wife talks to you about your saw a cabin and whatever. It's just ridiculous. So for 1 hour,
You have to have explicit intent. That I bring this
I
for
get on the phone, I say, I'm missing 6 minutes. I fucking love it. Could you give 2 hours of work? This is ever 2 hours. 2 hours of stuff in my room because I try and disappear for about 24 hours.
Self-official parts of those
What the fuck is good? I can find. If I can fucking find it, you can't disappear.
let's say a person has the one
No, yeah, it's look, I like doing the baseball, but of course I would like to do it where I'm getting bored somehow. Well, you know, when I do stuff on Periscope, just come on fucking announce it.
So
Why don't you come back around? Why don't you have some shit around? It's not that easy. I'm a pitcher, Joey. I know you're a pitcher. What the fuck do you think half the announcers are? Ex-baseball players. Good point. Okay, so step in up to the plate. For 6 months a year, make your nut the other half go on the fucking road. They should be an announcer. Are you fucking crazy? With a suit on, they take care of you. You go to different cities. Then it becomes the point where, let's say you go to Chicago for 3 night stands. Yeah, do comedy one night. Yeah, because it's a day game. It's not a fucking day game. Why the fuck you think Joey I thought you were? That's great. Yeah, I get one over your show during the 7th inning stretch. Hey, by the way, I'll be doing stand-up later tonight after the game. That's it. People, you'll sell out every fucking place. You'll do theaters. Yep. Baseball players will come see you. People take pictures. It becomes a national fucking riot. How you fucking come out? I need to Fox need to do. I do. I need to go. I'm not pushing. I'm not pushing. High school announcing. I should be doing it. Baseball, the new Dick Vitale. Yeah, what the fuck? You sit on the sidelines, you like baseball, you say, well, that's what I'm trying to do. It's
So let's say I had studied Kabbalah in these areas, meaning I didn't have I was lacking one of the areas of specific intent. And all I needed was go ahead and just pass down to skip stuff, but so you'll say, well, It's absolutely fascinating. It is the act of the legislators that are offering a cover who should not exclusively think that these things are offering a cover. In other words, they offer the cover, you should not say, hey, we're going to do it to a private whole law. You shouldn't do that. Why? What are they concerned about? If we mandate too much specificity, we run the risk of what? Someone saying the wrong thing. But if we just understand that this situational Kabbalah, then that is going to be all right. This time I saw some of Russell, there was a way, and if you assume the Quran is going to go ahead and invalidate the Kabbalah. Some is possible. Days and lasting also the Nifsal-Day. Days in is something that inherently invalidates the Kabbalah or Judaism earlier. If you say that on specific intent, by definition, invalidates the Kabbalah, then how do you essentially want? How could it mandate that specific intent? Which is definitely another one. So what you see here is that I love myself. Stubborn does not invalidate the Kabbalah. So once again, this is a very interesting part because you learn this thing. 6 different things you really have to have in mind when you offer up a Kabbalah. And then right afterwards, you know, so by the way, if you're missing any of it, don't worry about it. Because it's very essentially they said it's one of these situations where it's
meanwhile, you're sitting at home. What am I going to do with my life? Literally eating 900 milligrams at 4 o'clock fucking Pacific time. How do I think the drug test to see what comes back?
Because once again, be careful what you mandate. Because if you mandate that person has to say something, which then means you're saying the wrong thing. And and they say the wrong thing, they can really undermine the carbon. But yet,
You always tell me, any place I go for, he likes to mess with me.
what does that show you?
I
That
get
now in
in my own
specific
head.
intent,
So,
when it comes
like
to
when I go to
carbon,
get something like
does
these,
not
I'm supposed to stray cats and no
undermine
cats
the
and great.
effectiveness of the
So then
carbon.
for
Or in
this,
other words,
he
these
says
are
that
the
this
Gemara,
taco
stomach
place
crusher,
has
stomach
literally,
crusher,
I
which
think
also
I
is
arrested. No, they
fantastic.
did this.
So
Google
therefore, it turns
has
out that
every
we
arrest
have
ever.
two options. Number one is if you go ahead and you offset the carbon to the wrong designation. So it's literally,
It's a taco place? Yeah, well, you know, when I first looked the fucking
crusher, but the
what the fuck
crusher
is wrong?
will and then number two is if I have to go to carbon and clean the right carbon with no specific intent, other in that case, what's that law? Not only is the carbon pressure, but what? It does count towards my application. Stomach is kosher. Incredible. Let's go right there.
And that's when I went back to the
So again, the stomach hospital. Let's remember again, let's have it yesterday's comment. The Gemara was contracting the halachos of kabbalah.
What's that thing with the
In that by get, that's a non-specific intent.
Amarillo.
Does not work. So
What are those fucking things?
where do you get that from?
Armadillo.
Where do you get that from? So you want to
Gross.
see,
They
even
got
though
arrested.
that's to see what
The
it is.
Mexicans, it was some
How you
armadillo
over the
meat.
show. The
Even
show
if
is
they
so
don't
very
have
macro.
no, they
These
still
are
have
the
the knives.
news
They
players,
got the
not
armadillo
going.
meat. You know what I'm
Let's say
saying?
I
I want to be involved with
have
this.
really hard to
They
wrap up.
took me
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the marketplace. Here is
taco place. It's always
everybody says,
but just dumb. You know, like
yeah, change the ways like that.
like everybody says,
Science. I was reading on the fence. On the fence about what to do, but look at this. Look here.
no,
This is
I'm
what
not
we're
out.
going
I'm
to
in
get.
steak,
I
I'll
like
eat
things, everything.
bacon, mashed
Hustle guys,
potatoes.
ultimately, again, it doesn't work. So you want to maybe that's the case of stomach.
Right, I think I can
Don't
work on it.
put it right in that case, right? That case,
Yeah, I can do it.
so much. I
I just need to put the energy out there and just make that happen.
That case is
My
different.
sugar
Qualifies that case.
I think it would be funny. I did the baseball All-Star game last year with Periscope for Comedy Central. Did that. I'm actually trying to maybe one day maybe I like coaching. You know, they do have mental skill coaches in sports. In baseball, they have. Actually, the Dodgers actually a few years ago had a positive energy coach. They had a guy, a Russian guy out in Malibu who thought good positive energy for the Dodgers, and they paid him like several $100,000 a year. That was the last owner of the Dodgers. But they do have mental skills coaches, and I'm that kind of guy. I'm not a psychologist necessarily, but I played baseball. I'm a good guy. I know psychology. Bring a little bit of humor. Guys like having me around. There's a job there for me. I like being around baseball. I get excited being around. It's in my blood. So when they come see you in an office, we'll go up to the field. Okay, probably be on the field. Yeah, guys are comfortable talking to me. Like, you know, they're comfortable confiding in me. So, and I think there's something to that. I know when I was baseball at Arizona State, we learned all the psychology, all the basics. That's what I put in positive energy. Yes, mathematics in play, it does work. And then also, the sports show, applying that, being positive, because when you didn't bring good energy, guys were slouching, the show wouldn't be as funny, lights would go off, things would break. But when I got those kids on that show to sit up and pay attention to these football guys, it made it for a better show. So I learned about, especially with warm-up, how energy comes into play, how it affects everything. It makes it for a better show. So I was able to work with all these kids, all the high schools, all the community colleges on, sitting up. And, they like me slouching. I go, look, there's Michael Irvin right there. He's won 3 Super Bowls. Michael Strahan, 2 Super Bowls. You want to talk to him? They're not coming over here. You're not bringing it. Let's go. These kids would come in like goofing around. So, but it really, those years of Best Damn Sports Show, those 1,000 shows, really, I was able to apply the sports with show business somewhat. But you know what? You can only do that so far. Hollywood's more sensitive now. The things I didn't warm up back then, I can't get away with now because these kids can play. They'll go on Facebook or they'll write an email, whereas before you could yell at them, nobody had anything.
decides,
So, warm-up, the last 3 warm-up gigs I've done have not been fun
This
because
case, same
they
husband.
just,
Like both wives are named Ruffle. All the
they don't
other
want to cause
information
waves.
is the same.
So,
What's not
like, the
Ruffle?
audiences are bad.
So it's like, so once
I
again,
care about
that
the show.
seems to
People
say
don't care about the show. I've always cared about the show. I cared about Chelsea. I cared about Best Damn Sports Show. These shows, so these last few shows that I cared about that I'm not at anymore, people don't talk about them. Where I put my buzz and my energy, good things happen. So I stopped doing that warm-up. I started focusing on Comedy Store. It's a hot club. I started focusing on Periscope. Boom, Prince of Periscope. So it's like when I put my mind to something, I can do it. So at the end of the day, nobody to blame. There's no blame. There's no negativity. But I feel like I'm in a good position. I'm shifting gears, going from being that warm-up guy to being that man. And there's a big momentum shift that takes a year or two to really like get everything going and then pushing in that direction. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke has been to my show, guy. That feels good to know that. Dodgers have been there. Yeah.
I'll see what's happening later on. The son which Ruffle, I'm going to divorce. So the Gemara says, constantly garish, ultimately it doesn't work. And before we go on, it sounds like work. Because again, you have non-specific intent. So it seems to indicate that non-specific intent might be because of work. Which once again, the Gemara says, well,
Down to Tacoma, Volvo, diesel station. And I was in the back seat in Chinese food. Chicken teriyaki next door. Oh, that was good. They kind of went, oh my God, he was dying. The fucking salad dressing. Oh my God, everything was great. It was good. The same chicken that we fucking made. Yeah, it was a deal. Yeah, if that, it was a deal. They're friendly. Not too friendly, but nice enough. Friendly, but not, they still had, they're very Korean or Japanese. Very good. It was right there in downtown next to the Comedy Underground. And then that show, we went down to Tacoma. I think it was a bunch of us. And for some reason, I just wanted to sit in the back of the car. It was like, hey, and it was just, Seattle was like a cool time to be there. And those summer nights, get out, back. That was crazy. You always like driving. Listen.
No problem. So you can like the boilerplate stuff. Must leave out. The name of the ranch, the name of the woman, the space for what they were inside, and the date. But it's also, it's because so she ended up not going for the acting character for all of them. Also, you have to doubt the acting character is got what is in this. That you only work with the algorithm with.
There was no signs, there was no stop signs in the world.
The fact that you have to leave out a couple of specific information indicates to us that it's only down with written specific intent, which then by definition tells us that it get written with non-specific intent before stuff is not going to work. So it looks like what we come out with over here is that halacha myself. Others were orthodox, that know without specific intent, absolutely work. By the way, not only it works in terms of looking at its culture, and it also satisfies the application of that's the exclusion that we have right now. By yes, that it's written without specific intent, totally does not work. Whoever's like the whoever says as follows. So, really no basis. We'll say, remember again, how this started. Remember again, this is what people said to Papa, always a genius and an incredible right? Because again, in the downstream, no karma, Rava was posing predictions, answering questions, all this stuff. So if you want to know, as people go through
Stephen King came over here right now.
during that year. Few milliseconds. Rabbi also nothing else up.
I saw Tommy Easter. He put a picture up of him.
The Amar in the Rabbi, person beforehand, that we bring in the Rabbi's Kodex saying as follows. Katos sheshak l'shem ono psula. Shak l'shem chulin.
Beside,
I suppose that this is fascinating.
it's a different mindset. You get raised
I'm not going to
different
say the
way.
name of Rabbi
You're raised in an
but if
old-fashioned
you shaked it in
the guy
Katos,
at the fucking bar
or
is a
if you share
cokehead.
with the
The
intention
guy
that
that
it was
collects the
over,
tickets is an old
or
school
the
comic
that
that didn't have a heyday, but he really ain't shit.
Rashi points out this
But
son
he
that
knows
involved
the business, you know?
a little bit of time to get there.
When you
Reason
punch
in
the
the Rabbi,
punchline,
if you shake
that's
the
what made me
Katos,
jump on
or
comedy.
the
It was a fucking dirty club in the middle of New Jersey.
Katos,
The comedy club manager,
we know
one
Katos,
of the
right?
managed
Yeah,
comics,
Katos from our
become a
audience
millionaire,
base.
blah, blah,
You're
blah.
like,
It's
you
a
know,
greasy
Katos
business.
and audience?
But
Yeah,
at
we
the
did
end,
actually. Right?
it's
Not only
your
for about 3/4 of the time. Right? But remember, when you met cover Katos,
when you moved to
any
LA as a comic,
or
when New
which
York as a
unintentionally
comic,
would have a
you
huge
do
voice,
not have fun
right? It's got to show you that
This
unintentionally
kid
bigger
in front of me right here,
So,
I used to
moving
torture
accidentally
him
from your
that
giver,
one day
right?
in
And therefore,
Antipolis.
again,
He had a puppet
that's Kari said unintentionally
cable
captures the
cable
Katos.
access
What
show.
is his Katos? Yes.
21 fucking
That is
years
the
ago,
shame
so he
over.
wanted
So
all
what
my
did
shit
sort
from
of
his
say?
Stevens
Ultimately
resume.
impossible.
Any comics resume, look at this picture. Now right there, there's 6 guys that are herds, or what the fuck they are. They're stoned. Between the 6 of them, they probably got 2250 on them.
Our Mishnah spoke
Guess
about
what?
in general
When
that
they're
if
sitting
they
in their
believe the
mansion,
Katos is going to be
I'm
valid,
not
right?
on
Leave general aside for now. Like, so
They're gonna
ultimately,
miss
again, to shut
that
Katos to
time
always
right there.
possible. Shut the shit.
Because there's not a day that I get on stage, I come off that stage at the
But
comedy
let's say
store,
when you
I
shut
don't
the
think of a night
Katos,
at the underground.
you had in mind that it
I
would
cut
be
my
a
teeth at the El Paso
Right,
Club, I
but
cut my teeth in Houston.
what? And how long
I
was he? You had in
I
mind that it's
started
not
the Denver
covered.
Comedy Works.
It's not covered. You just check
Where I
what's that?
became a
It's
comedian.
covered. Sure. And by the way, let's say,
And where I saw the best performance of my life
absolutely.
was at the comedy
areas. I think it's
in a
like
Lori
the
Kilmer.
We
Still
see
around
that
town.
having
I
different
opened for
intentions
Lori
by
Kilmer
Shida.
the first time.
One of the
That to
things
me,
that we will see, one of the things that we will see is
like I see Lori now, she's saying
Shida is Shida Bizarre. Remember again, in the sacrificial process, a Kohen
to
does
this day,
not
I see
have
Lori
to
and
be
I
the
we
one
got
who
a
chefed in the company. So,
because she was the
he's
first
allowed to do
headliner
that.
at the
So
feature.
therefore, again,
Right, that's
again, this
huge.
could be Kohen having an
That's
own
huge.
but also
I
just
could
listening
feature
to
no
Kohen
real.
himself having
See
it
how
on.
it's going. John Flossy
So what's the
in September.
first of all,
Believe
look
you
at
can't
that.
describe that. One of the best times I've ever had in my life was that week at the Comedy.
It's fascinating.
Seattle Comedy.
You know,
Oh yeah, because on that Sunday we all went to Seattle football game with Al
it's only when
Ferris
you had the
Black
erroneous
kidney
intent
problem from
that's
fucking
within
Portland,
the
Oregon.
same
His
room,
nice
within the same
Floyd,
type of event,
Floyd, he
does
was in
that
Michigan
undermine the
now.
cover.
There
But
was
if you
15
have
people hanging out.
intent
You know, James
that has
Edmund.
nothing
Yeah,
to do with
you
the
like
cover
some
itself, it
guys.
doesn't come
But
out.
for the
What
most
is
part,
it?
you did like everybody. It didn't really
You have
matter.
in mind
We all
the
knew what it
wrong
was.
type
You
of
weren't gonna
karma.
fucking be on a movie or
Ultimately, that
a movie
undermines
with
the
Eddie Murphy.
effectiveness of your
But I
karma.
learned so
So if your
much.
das has to do with something that
That's
is
the first
totally
one.
extreme
22
to
minutes in.
Kavanos,
You know,
that
that's
does
the
not
first one.
undermine
Improvised it.
this
All
on
the
itself,
things
right?
we learned.
So
Like, that was our first
Katos,
fucking
and I
trial
have
and
in mind
error.
for Ola,
That's it. That
Ola
basement will
again,
lie in my soul
Katos
for the rest of my life.
But
I
I'm
got all
over the
respect for
Katos,
the
and I have
Katos.
in mind
And
for
I'll tell you how
Fulin,
strong that
the
basement
carbon
is.
is kosher.
That there's
So the
three of
Rosh
us
of the
in my
Gemara
way
is
right now.
dim enough,
The
it
same
is
class.
only
Fucking rocket.
a similar
Me and
type
Josh
of
Wolf are still
intention
alive and kicking.
undermines
Still
the
alive
karma.
and kicking now.
This similar
You
type
know,
of
cross
intention
paths, I cross
does
paths
not
with one of the
undermine
best
the
now
karma.
sports
So
show.
it's a similar type of
Cross
intention,
paths with him on
intention
Chelsea.
for
Yeah, how could that be
other
possible?
carbon. This similar type of
Because we
intention,
learned the fundamentals
intention for
there.
food.
The fundamentals. You see the
Okay,
movie,
that
the
is
30 for
really
30
interesting. And let's analyze this a little bit.
with
So the Gemara says
Jamal
as follows.
Allen.
If you look at
I've seen
Rashi,
it.
Rashi
Why
says
can't
that
they
his
give say the
things
math of
Rashi
high
is
school?
you know, you go
I always thank
I'm
Coach
not
Wood
sure
because he
about
did
the I have
what?
in mind for
He
food.
taught us
Rashi says
the
over here, She'enon
fundamentals.
touching.
He showed the basketball game championship level.
Is not a type of
The guy throws a
well,
pass and he goes to reach
does
it.
not
When they lost the game, why?
Why?
Bob Wood. Fundamentals. You never catch a cross
Why?
or
Because
pass
you're
with one hand. You always count. You sit there and go,
does not in any way dislodge
championship college basketball You know,
But
we had the fundamentals. I mean, I learned everything in that club. Yeah, I learned about a 3-person show. It wasn't a showcase club. It was a 3-person show. The weekends, you had the open mics with a crowd, you know, supportive.
Tuesday was very 35 people.
Cannot dislodge or rejoice.
That's me, bro.
Yeah, Josh Wolf, somebody else got no one. 70% of the ones that give each other enough money to get weed, and we go to the restaurant, all like in Schmitz, and get the happy hour from 11 to fucking 2, and we go to hamburger for happy hour for $2, and then we shut cocktail for $2. Seattle was great. It was fucking, it was, you know, summers in Seattle. Whoa, I got arrested 6 times, and they came to family, nobody know about it. That's amazing. Yeah, energies. But you're the one who also told me, like, because when you start there, you get to a certain point. Like, I made it to where, okay, I was getting to do guest spots and maybe host a show. That's about where I leveled off because, you know, you come there, they don't know you. It's like, they first impressions, and I was fine with that. And I sold my t-shirts at Seattle Supersonics. I just learned to public speak. That was my goal, just learn to public speak. But after a few years, I felt like I was done with that cable access. I kind of had my voice, but I needed more, but I wasn't ready for LA. And you told me, you go to New York. Joey was the one to go to Surf Reality. And that, for me, was just like, I didn't look back. I went to New York, and like right away, I felt like, I told you.
The process. The Gemara says,
because if I go to New York, it's 1,000 people.
No. Take out of all this go from this space. How do they stomach? Because again, remember, I can't put up all this go with no different non-specific intent. And as we just went ahead and saw a stomach function, non-specific intent by you ultimately undermines the effectiveness of the get. Kutchin, the other hand, Kutchin, down pulling the animal, how do they stomach? Also, that Kutchin, you have just non-specific intent. I'm still a cheer. And ultimately, again, stomach is always Kutchin. And I have in mind, I don't know, before I stepped on this Gemara, I would have thought that's incredibly severe. And I would have thought that first that undermines the entire effectiveness of the karma. Kamashwan Rav says, it doesn't. What's the logic behind it? The logic behind it is repurposing a karma as fluid. Ultimately, again, it is meaningless. Why is it meaningless? Because it can't be done. Because again, you can't go ahead and swap out a carbonic identity for a non-carbonic identity. Therefore, again, offering it up with Shem Fulin or Shechting with Shem Fulin is no worse than non-specific intent. And what did we just show? The non-specific intent by carbonos doesn't invalidate. Again, if you think about it using that logic, it's on the chatas, and I'm now offering up for Ola. Okay, that's different. Why? Because again, these are similar identities, they're both carbonic identities, and that can undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Incredible. Loving those obviously. Bring up another kasha. Remember, we don't have chatas sheshin Ola Psula Shachtel Shem Fulin Kshira. After they say this, that if I have a chatas and a shechted law, ultimately the carbon is ineffective. But by shechted, the same food in this kasher, what do you see for the same principle? The low profit problem. I'll say, what do you see from here? That it is only ultimately, again, what we'll call a similar intention that undermines the carbon. The name has to be the same type of intention. Substituting one carbonic identity for undermines. The lomina, the substituting an identity with carbonos, ultimately does not undermine the carbon. You want to say, I got Tanya, but we learned, so it's like, get ready for this. Now, Tumantara. And we'll say, by the way, just understand the incredible privilege that we have right now. Right? You have carbonos and Tuma and Ta again on the same page. Two topics usually that when we see them, what's our
and how do you end up there? Tremendous. And right now, you'll say because Nature Box is offering on churchfairbox.com/Joey. Again, that's NatureBox.com/Joey. Number 2 is many recent studies suggest that having good oral health impacts your overall health. Yet most of us don't brush our teeth properly.
So
You can start better. You know why? Today. Because right now you can go to quip.com/Joey. You're for back with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first back free at quip.com/Joey. That's quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number 3, today's coming. You see him sitting there, he sits there all day. What do you think when he happens when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy and the whole thing. But his ass don't mess like the rest of us. He's your dad, don't eat. His ass don't stick like 10 dead belly. That's today. Because you're going to, my dad's ass going to stick differently. You know how? Tushy.com is a new
Completely careless, completely careless, the low culture, quindi cammina per tanor, o più lo mano, in via tanor, quindi masking the soul, the sheriff's tanor, o qui c'è the keeping the whole, let's say now, so let's not show how many days. Easy to illustrated. You have a open
right on the road, you would take a shit in the morning.
inside of
Meanwhile, your asshole's on fire. You don't know why your fucking little waffle is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup trip. No more! HelloTushy.com will take care of it. Go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in. Church, and get 10% off. HelloTushy.com.
Secondary utensil extends outside of the oven. There's, let's say, food inside of that secondary utensil. Okay, following so far? Now what happens? There's a dead shells inside of the oven. So let's everything inside of the oven is now covered. But interestingly enough, anything inside of that interior utensil is tahar. It's tahar. Why? Because essentially, a klicharis, a sheretz and a klicharis is only the tame, that which is inside of the klicharis. But that which is inside of another kli in the klicharis is in companies open up again to the tova. That's what we call tochol, but then tochol. That means inside of the klicharis, but if the item is inside of another utensil, inside of the klicharis, ultimately. Again, the items in the secondary utensil do not become tummy. I will say, remember the caveat on this is it has to be that the opening of the second utensil extends outside of the oven, right? Because if the opening of the secondary utensils is open inside the oven, everything will become tummy. Okay, right now you're so cold, so cold. Shut that utensil. This is not only about the utensil. Interesting that it actually doesn't matter what the second utensil is. There's actually no difference. Halacha Mesa, the contents of that second utensil, which is inside of the oven, is that of the Kuchares, does not impact. That's the Kuchares. Everybody the heart,
excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good. Yeah, sunny hot. Today was a lot. You know, it was about 104 out there when I got here. Yeah, and the Dodger gave me this afternoon. Marine life. I noticed we smoking hot here too. It wasn't. Trying to go out.
Inside of the oven, and there's food ultimately inside of that secondary food. The food
Palm Springs is just the cutoff. The mountains, it's like that's the first spot that the clouds from LA don't get to. It cuts it off, and it's just that's where the heat starts out there in that desert. And that's the great thing about LA growing up here at night. You got the marine layer, you got the ocean breeze coming in. So you go to a Dodger game, you got to wear a jacket. You go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they've got wind coming through there. Same thing with San Diego at night. And so you got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are cold there. San Francisco, LA, but you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, it's mild. It gets cold at night.
The cars can become covered out of the exterior. What if it's a metal utensil or some other material that does contract to love, even just through exterior contact?
Yeah.
Even then, the halacha is that anything inside of that secondary
But we're
utensil
lucky we're not in
does
Chicago.
contract
It
to love.
rains, hot. You really got to read the weather there. They're,
Incredible.
you know.
So the Gemara says as follows: about people who say it's washed. But it's washed. Okay, do not so. We're not supposed to do this. Where it says the shani also. It's a country in the pizza. It's a ultimately again. Listen to this. The food that by country is like the pizza by an oven. What is that? So it's a kind of actually it's a country of 100. That's all it is. Just like a pizza inside of an oven. Now what is that? So it's a guy that's going to say the kind of inside of the oven, you have sherrits. Before you put the sherrits there, what do? You put a pizza in the oven. Put the pizza in the oven. So, you put in the pizza in the oven. Put it to extension, right? So I said, so you go ahead, you put the pizza in the oven. So let's say, so let's say the sherrits is on one side of the pizza, and let's say there's another food item on the other side of the pizza. The pizza does not help at all. Doesn't help at all. Anything inside of the oven, ultimately becomes hummus. You know what I'm saying? Just like the
deal with going down the subway, even though that was really good. But you got on that subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. You know, that's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then but I did it after 3 years of living in New York. I got it out of my system. I did it, did the subway, subway, did the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people doing comedy down there, out there, and got to take the subway. I did it. You're the one who told me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned Colorado right here. That's where I was living. So I actually went to Colorado for a month. I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado, caught my breath, and then I moved back to LA in 2000. That was kind of my plan anyway, to be back here in LA in 2000. I had to, like I mentioned,
inside of the tunnel.
I did an open mic here. I started here in LA. I went on stage at, I did one open mic in Jacksonville. I did a comedy workshop at UCLA. I hated that night. We had our graduation class at the comedy store. I did one open. It was 93. And then I did one open. I felt like, I did well. It was a Sunday night. It was packed. I had 5 friends. One of those deals. Sandy Seashore. It was Paulie's sister. And the comedy store, I grew up with it, meaning like I saw it with my eyes because my mom's boyfriend lived on Halloway, the high rise, so I could see the comedy store, Sunset Strip, and you could feel that energy. That wasn't like a big crazy, comedy. I could feel that energy in the Sunset Strip, and I would also see the lights of Dodger Stadium. It was just, there's something about seeing the lights of Dodger Stadium, knowing that there's a game going on there, there's a whole community going on there. You see the lights, and then, you can watch it on TV, you can listen on the radio. But whenever I drive by a stadium, the Rose Bowl, I always look at it. I have to make eye contact with the signs. Dodger Stadium, I have to see the lights. I have to make eye contact. Growing up here, the vast high school how long has that been there? That's an active war. I got 2 high schools there. Well, it's on Magnolia. It's on the other side. Woods, private, Bridget, Like the Valley, I think it was actually called Valley School, like Haskell and Sherman Way, you know, heading to Notre Dame. Notre Dame's on Riverside. That's high school. That's respected. Number one baseball player, prospect in the country right now. 200. Tyler Green. Is it Tyler Green? Yeah. It was 100. Yeah, a lot of money.
Okay, good. That's a good. We're fine. Get short. That's a good.
Yeah, these kids, you know, they're rich kids. They got helicopter parents, so they're doing, you know, some of the drugs.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Talking about fucking kids. Now we got my captain. Comes in twice a week now. I see the daytime and shit, but my wife runs errands and shit. And she says, what was going on? Hey, but it was news. So I just wanted to finish up in the office. I can jump in the shower and fuck out of here.
Incredible. Okay, what a special to be able to begin the sentence is welcome together. Oh my gosh, I could barely sleep last night thinking about Kachin and Hashem. And again, how understand this big stuff. Understand that in Eretz Hashem, when Mashiach comes, we have to know what we're doing. We have to have an idea for 2,000 years. This has been so esoteric. And 2,000 years old will be again just kind of something of the past. And maybe some of this future. Maybe all of our heart and Eretz Hashem this year is going to be really long. And we have to go to the transitioners with our families and know what's going on and know what's happening. and then what they're obligated to do and how we have to do it.
I got here for
So, not just the greatest, the smallest one
I'm sitting there right.
So, we got that outside.
Paying attention to my
Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Let's not just doing that.
right. And when I'm looking in that direction, or something makes me look up,
ready to lose ourselves
and I
and
see the
see
security
the
guard running towards me.
Yes, Hashem, over the coming months and the
That's
Hashem
all
years.
you
Let's go.
think about
It's
this
not
hour.
that phase. I mean, that's one
He
day.
runs towards me.
It
I
is
think
big
he's going to say something to me.
So fascinating how
I'm high.
and
How the
how
fucking
that
lunch
you offer up
stones in the corner trying to write.
Shalom.
Why my business drink my green fucking tea and
Comes up to school,
at
so it's also the next
10:45
phase.
I'll leave, go up
We're
with my
going
knee on
back
the
to
street
regular
kitchen.
size
That's the
pages.
place to
A
make
little
a
bit regular
dish.
pages. So here's Hashem. Those higher stages were quite intense.
I don't know why these kids
So
are in
colors
school.
to be like,
The next week,
it's
always saying,
Shanish like
I just
hold
told
on.
them to put
The
that
change
cigarette out.
levels.
They can't
One
fucking
of the
smoke.
great things that we're going to get to the importance of this Masechta is
So
the
he
way that
tells
you
the
really
kid,
get a
listen,
categorical
I'm
understanding
asking
of
you fucking
Kabbalah.
nicely.
So, for example, let's say
He
this
doesn't
is
curse
Ola,
that. He
an
said,
Ola
"Wait,
points to take carbon that is totally
I'm
consumed
asking
on
you
his
nicely.
day.
You get up on
Versus a
the
shlum, right? The shlum is a carbon that part of it is consumed,
That's
part of it
always
is
there.
eaten by the owners, and part of
This
it
is
ultimately
big
again
fucking
is
deal.
eaten
That's
by the Kohanim.
all my shit.
Right. So let's say
Every
then
time
you bring
one
it
other,
over.
he could have been
But
around
instead, what ends up happening is I have
He has that
Kavanah,
weight.
Shlum. Now we're going
It
to
was
discuss
a great tea.
Kavanah
This week,
weight.
Matthew, I know.
So the doctor puts a
He yells that white
the
dog.
time that the
And he says
animal is
they
fully
were the whole
shafted,
time.
I have Kavanah
They just sit
ultimate
there
potential.
and
So I have
finally,
one
it was so
intention
amazing. This guy gets up
by
and goes, hey,
Kavanah. So the first thing Mishnah
he's
says,
telling you nicely.
share.
I'm not
How
going to tell you
pronounce
that
this
nicely.
kasha? So it says,
Get the
watch
hell up
this.
or
Just
go put the
understand it.
cigarette
It's
out.
tremendously so.
Oh, now I got to turn around.
First one and the
Now I
second
got to turn around because they can argue behind me. Well, this is going to be a fist fight fucking behind. I'm going to be right there. The whole way kicking with these kids in the fucking kneecaps and union tops. They're three little pussies,
You want the
right?
life of
You
culture.
can't
At the
smile
end of the day, you want the life of Kedusha. The most important concept, the most important thing that you need is intentionality. A life without intentionality is a life that's not really going where you want it to go. According to this lady, I just actually put this last night in the Tanya shit. The chef that brings down in Chavas HaKamidim, not Chavas HaKamidim, in Iraq Shabbatova, that ultimately is so important for a person to have a schedule. Because it says, do whatever you want. I mean, don't do whatever you want. Right? But go ahead, go ahead and spend time with your friends, relax, recreation, learn Torah, have dinner, do whatever that you have a schedule. Because when you have a schedule, then you have intentionality. You live right with direction. So the first thing is the idea is if you want a car, but if you drive here, like you're supposed to like HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You want connection to the Evolution. What do you need? You need intentionality. You need intentionality. You have to have focus. What's the good news? What's the good news? I better do intentionality. It's okay. It's the love without intentionality. But great things can only come with intentionality. So if you want to true clearly want the true carbon, and the intentionality. Okay, but you didn't have it. Your carbon consumption. Hello, shlo alu by the caveat is the carbon